Good morning to one and all. To all the distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and respected participants joining us today for the day two of Third International Conference on Sustainable Global Goals in World Literature and Contemporary Studies, Remodeling Gnoseological Interlinkages. On behalf of the organizing committee, we are honored to have you here, whether physically present at the Aryabhatta Hall or joining us online. This conference aims to explore the critical intersections between literature, sustainability, and knowledge systems in the modern world. I welcome you all. Thank you all for joining us on the day two. We now begin by continuing to take blessings from Ma Saraswati. We'll quickly just finish up with that, and then we can have the first speaker of the day. I would request Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, head of the Department of English, Humanities and Social Sciences, to kindly offer floral. I now request for all of you to kindly stand up for the University School Gate. I thank you all for your patience. We regret the inconvenience caused. You all may now please take your seats. Without much ado, I would now like to call upon our first speaker of the day, Professor Nandini Sahu. But before that, I would like Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, Head of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, to please deliver a welcome address.
A warm good morning to all the participants and greetings of the day. From this forum, I may please take this opportunity to extend greetings and heartiest congratulations to our very own speaker of the day, Madam Nandini Sahu, for chairing and celebrating the Vice Chancellor chair. And it is a pleasant news as if for this all academic fraternity. And I may please request all the participants to even have a huge round of applause for ma'am and for sparing time to all of us. Ma'am, uh, before we enter into the you know this formal interactions of this seminar and conference, I would like to give you a little idea that how this third international conference journey made possible. It was made possible. I would like to again. We all are literary, lovers, and that. So that way, I would like to take the literary metaphors for describing this journey. One fine morning, in the lap of Himalayas, sitting in the city of Una, modern three idiots, Sanjay Prasad Pandeji, Sudhir Narayan Singh, and Raman Jaswal, we were discussing over a cup of tea that what can be done for creating a forum for academic fraternity in a way. And then we come up with this idea that we can create a forum in the name of ELLC, English Language and Literature, and then conference, and we can jointly host this. So we started. One was located in Himalayas, Raman Jaswalji, Himachal Pradesh, and Sanjay Prasad Pandey was at the time located in Punjab, and I from Uttar Pradesh. And luckily, we were able to gather you, ma'am, your attention from Bengal. So, and people from almost all the states, Omila Thwangam from Manipur, and all that. Nonetheless, our ideas could spread its wings even beyond the border of national border, and then we could attract the scholars from all across the globe. This year we are having 7 country participants, right from Nigeria, Turkey, and Kenya, Uzbekistan, India, US, and UK. So that way we could reach. This is the brief of the small journey. We started with postmodernism in literature, then we come up with the digital humanities, and then this is the third conference dedicated to the sustainable development goals by United Nations. When we were discussing about the title of the conference, so our conference president Sanjay Prasad Pandey said, why sustainable development goals only that is envisioned by the United Nations? There are countries who are a part of United Nations, and there are other countries who are apart from United Nations. So let us have the all embracing title, and then we come up with the term sustainable global goals. So whether you are part of United Nations, any country or not, that we are all inclusive. And nonetheless, this is the earth, the planet where human life is possible only. one earth, one environment, and one humanity. As head department of humanities and social science, I may take this pride that we could think of the whole humankind, even not only that, the flora, fauna, and life within the earth, life below the water, and life above the earth. So we started talking about that, and our concern came and started taking shape. So not only that, yesterday I say our Vice Chancellor said, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology VC Professor JP Saini Saab, he joined us, and he in his welcome address he said that people of world community should gather together for the greatest causes like this. And he also appreciated us a lot for releasing e-souvenir, that he said that you are doing a great environmental service, that papers are not involved and e-souvenir is there. So technology is playing a game from forefront. And yesterday we could you assemble scholars from basic sciences, scholars from engineering, and scholars from the field of humanities and literature. So that way we had that forum. And today, ma'am, under your patronage, under your blessings, and under the partnership of our patron of this conference, chief patron was Professor JP Sani Saab, our vice chancellor. And today we are having also our patron Rajkumar ji from LNJH Himutkar Girls Degree College, that is from Himachal Pradesh. But Rajkumar ji, principal over there. And what could we receive for support from Raman Jaswal ji? And not only that, we are in a way in modern day, whosoever is assembled here in as the part of this conference, we all are pen friends. And because our writings are clubbed together on a single forum, and that pen friendship will grow over and go on. I would like to recall, I use a little bit Urdu for making this forum. I would like to say, तुम्हारे लफ्ज तो सागर हैं डायनामाइट, कलम से आग लगाओ तो कोई बात बने. So that way, we all on this forum, pen friends, and using the power of pen to for the establishment of humanities, for the establishment of global peace. There was a talk that says that vultures are today clawless because people of pen are clueless. We are many species are getting extinct day by day. They are bidding goodbye to this planet, and these species are going away from us. So somewhere we all are responsible for that. Y.S. Rajanji said in his book that humanities, none of the species they killed their own kind of species, like even animals do fight, they do kill, but they don't use weapons to kill their own fellow beings, their own kind of species. That's where somewhere the problem is, and that's where we are required to extend our sensitivity even beyond the borders. Otherwise, the borders fight will leave no border and no humanity. There will be we will shall be the you know not the last to witness and see and survive on this planet. For sustainable global growth and sustainable global goals, sustainable global aspirations, first thing is required to go for the environmental concerns, because only atmosphere is there. If it rises because of global warming even one layer, we shall be no more, and life shall be no more. For that purpose we are here, and I, as the convener of the program, extend my heartfelt welcome to you, ma'am. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for offering your blessings to on showering your blessings on all of us. Thank you, ma'am, and it's all over to you. Please.
We thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I would now like to welcome Professor Nandini Sahu, with a huge round of applause. She has just been elected as the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Hindu University, West Bengal, India. We welcome you, ma'am. And I do know we do have a time crux, but I would still like to read a very small bio note of yours. Professor Nandini Sahu, Amazon's best selling author 2022, Professor of English and former Director, School of Foreign Languages, IGNOU, New Delhi, India. She is an established Indian English poet, creative writer, and folklorist. She is the author and editor of 20 books, the recipient of the Literary Award Gold Medal from the Honorable Vice President of India for her contribution to English studies. She is the recipient of the prestigious Michael Madhusudan Award 2024. Her areas of research interest cover new literatures, critical theory, folklore and culture studies, children's literature, and American literature. Currently, she is working on a major project on Indian knowledge systems, which is inclined to comparative Indian literatures and cultures as well as Hindu studies. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. May I?
Yes, ma'am, surely. The floor is all yours.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, LPU, Lovely Professional University, for inviting me to the third international conference, ELCC 2024, to deliver the keynote address today. I'm grateful to Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, my host, who has been constantly in touch with me all these days, talking about the conference and about my engagements and about the schedule and everything. So, sir, thank you so much for hosting me today. And Professor Sudhir Narayan Singh, the head of the department, who had so many kind words about me and who informed me about the seminar, about the conference. This indeed is a very, very important subject that you have taken up to conduct this international conference, and I believe that it is truly interdisciplinary, because already Professor Singh informed that people not just from literature departments but from anthropology, sociology, science and technology, and from engineering departments, people from all specializations and all departments have joined this conference as participants and speakers. Today, I will focus on a few topics, and I'll start with what Safik talked in the beginning about the knowledge systems. Knowledge is a system, or systematic representation or systemic representation of knowledge is very, very important when we talk about pedagogical engagements. There was a time when we used to say that knowledge is power. Today, the utilization of knowledge is power. How much knowledge is there on the internet, on the world wide web, and in the books and everywhere around us is definitely very important. But how we share that knowledge and those knowledge systems is more important than that. And I strongly agree with the point of view of the scholars, or many scholars or the philosophers, that knowledge sharing is knowledge production. I'm sure that this kind of a seminar, where all of you have come with your own research interests, areas of research, and your research publications, and then you have talked about your interests and you have shared with each other. You have definitely produced more knowledge by sharing your knowledge systems. So I agree with what Safik said about the knowledge systems. I have been working on varieties of subjects, like folklore is my important area of research. I am a teacher of English literature in many universities since 2 decades, and I have worked on the British literature and American literature and all those mainstream subjects. I will put it in quote unquote as the mainstream subjects. I have worked on those. Apart from those, I have also worked on folklore, culture studies, Hindu studies kind of subjects, which are not into the canonical and the mainstream subjects. I work on green cultural studies, and then that resonates with what Professor Singh now told about, the world of animals, the world of human beings, and the world of the green, the environment. I also work on blue humanities and ocean humanities. That is about the water. And I have done some research on subjects like how water plays an important role in literature and in Indian mythology and in folklore. You look at the different avatars of Lord Vishnu, like the Kurma avatar and some of those which are so closely associated with water. So, our Indian mythology and Indian literature, the Bhasha literatures, all of them are somehow engaged with green cultural studies and blue humanities, ocean studies. And literature has taken up these subjects in a big way. The people of literature are no more intradisciplinary. There was a time when English teachers or English scholars used to be intradisciplinary. They used to discuss the subject within itself. But with time, with the introduction of culture studies and cultural studies in English departments, we have become truly interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary. So that is where English literature, or let us say world literature, not English literature, but today's topic is world literature. It has been contributing to cultural studies, to blue humanities, ocean studies, ecofeminism, folk literature, Hindu studies, climate change, animal studies, environment studies, sound culture studies. When Professor Singh talked about the sound systems and about engineering participants in this seminar, I was immediately reminded about sound culture studies. The term comes from engineering, and people of literature like us, we have adopted that. Literature is very, very flexible, very inclusive. Without interfering into the strict boundaries of the other disciplines, we adopt and we adapt ideas from all other disciplines, starting from medicine and engineering and social sciences. Today medical literature is coming up in a big way. There are many novels, there are many literary texts who talk about medical humanities. Even in Hyderabad, in the Central University of Hyderabad, they have a course on AIDS studies. How, when a person suffering from AIDS as a disease can be engaged in literature, with literature, and then how literature can help the person to recover from the trauma. And trauma studies is also coming up in a big way. And we talk about climate change in ecofeminism, like Amitabh Ghosh. uh, and then when I worked on folklore, when I started working on Indian knowledge systems and indigenous knowledge systems, when the country was not talking about it. Nobody talked about Indian knowledge systems in the year 2007 and 8. That is when I designed my first ever folklore program, PG Diploma in Folklore and Culture Studies. And then I got in touch with many important folklorists of the world. I had discourses with them, I had lectures with them. Then I designed study material of nothing less than 10,000 pages at that point of time on folk literature. And then later on, during COVID 2021 and 22, I offered the MA program in folk literature. You can just go to my university website, igno.ac.in, and you can find the open access material on folk literature from MA FCS e-Gyan course, where we have written near about 20,000 pages on folk literature, world folk literatures. We have taken Caribbean folk, we have taken Latin American folk, we have taken Hispanic folk literatures, then Cinderella folk literatures from France, then we have taken Arabian Nights, and we have made a comparative study of all those world folk literatures with Indian folk literatures from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So that is where there is a collaboration of the best brains of the world. So when you talk about world literature, I have to think about the very many literatures of the world in many languages where translation is the key. Through translation of the world literatures into English, English being the window language here, we have introduced the world literatures and the world folklore to our students in a big way. So, today it's an honor for me to stand before you to discuss a topic of profound importance: sustainable global goals in world literature. Sustainable is the most important word here. Something that is sustainable, something that will continue, something that is not just a part of this discussion in this international conference and then later on we forget about it. Rather, when it is sustainable, it is like forever. We will talk about it forever. So I would request Professor Singh and also the other participant like Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, who has been doing a great service to literature. I would request them that after this conference, take out all the important research papers from everybody and then allow us to publish those, in many platforms. And then that research should be exposed to people around the world. And then, coming back to my topic, ecofeminism. Ecofeminism is coming up in a big way as a part of our pedagogical systems. And then, when you talk about ecofeminism, you actually include many things. Simplistically, ecofeminism is about a feminist writer who is thinking about ecology. That is a simplistic interpretation that I gave for the students. But in a much more complex and an engaging way, ecofeminism deals with many things like green cultural studies, ocean humanities, folklore and culture studies, Hindu studies, the mainstream literatures like American, British, and all those world literatures, European literatures, Australian literatures, the languages, study of languages under the dying languages research. We have researches on language depth. There were 6 lakh languages in the world, and today there are only 6,000. So what happened to rest of the languages? Under ecofeminism, we talk about that. Ecofeminism also talks about the girl child, the senior citizens, climate change, human trafficking, environment pollution, and how to handle that, how to challenge that pollution. And then an ecofeminist actually thinks about food and livestock for all, providing food, livestock, and education for everyone around is the aim of an ecofeminist. So I think all other theories around, like you talk about gender, about postmodernism, postmodernism, you talk about hospitality studies, hospitality, you talk about medical humanities, so many things, but everything will come under ecofeminism in some or other way. So the scholars sitting out there, I would suggest that you get into ecofeminism as a researcher and not as exactly as a feminist, but as a researcher. But yes, I will come to feminism. I think everyone in the world should be a feminist because feminism is not about protecting the rights of women exactly. It's about uh, being flexible and being inclusive with all genders. In my gender studies classes, I deal with masculinity studies and then LGBTQ, which means lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender studies, queer studies, and feminism. So all these things, all the genders coming together create gender studies as a very important area of research. And then we talk about the challenges of sustainability and social justice together in ecofeminism. The United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which you call the SDGs, they have their ambitious blueprint to end poverty, protect the planet, ensure peace and prosperity for all, demand a unified effort through literature as a reflection of human consciousness and imagination. And it has a critical role to play in this journey. World literature has a role to play. World literature has long served as a mirror of the society, capturing the struggles, the victories, and the aspirations of people. When I worked on folk literature, for my diploma programs and the MA programs. And recently, I designed one course on, stories from epics, Puranas, and Siddhantas, which is a part of Indian knowledge systems. It's interesting that I designed that course for the engineering department for BSc Energy, a course on Indian knowledge systems for BSc Energy. Dr. Nitin Pitrodia is sitting here. He is one of the contributors to that course, and he is one of the excellent scholars that I know. He has also written a couple of chapters for that course, where we are talking about the science and technology behind Indian knowledge systems. For example, there is one chapter where we are discussing the geometrical patterns of the Kurukshetra. And I have actually, refreshed my geometry, my mathematics when we wrote that chapter. Sorry, cold. Okay, so we are talking about how Abhimanyu understood the the geography partially because his mother got into sleep when Lord Krishna was narrating the Kurukshetra to her. And then, without understanding the complete geometry behind the Kurukshetra, he got into it. Abhimanyu got into it, and then he could not come out of it because part of that geographical system or the geographical or the mathematical knowledge system was not comprehended by Abhimanyu. So he could not come out of the Chakravyuha. We have those kind of chapters, and in one of the chapters, we talk about surrogacy as a part of our medicinal system in Indian knowledge systems, and then how surrogacy was very much there. At least the discussion about surrogacy was there in the Mahabharata. Think about Kunti and Madri and their pregnancies and how they were able to exchange their wombs. We talk about that without claiming that there is any research point or any reference in our Hindu texts or Hindu knowledge systems. We have talked about the idea of imagination, how that imagination was there. The imagination of surrogacy was there. And today, look at the medicinal systems in the world. Surrogacy has become so common. So these kind of seminars are definitely, conferences are definitely a platform to talk about the amalgamation, the queer combination of many knowledge systems, medicines, science, technology, literature, and social sciences. And even economics. We talk about world economy in these kind of seminars. And my job here is to appraise you how literature can play an important role in discussing those kinds of knowledge systems. Let us explore how literature illuminates and advocates for sustainable global goals and inspires action towards a better future. The first point that I would like to take up when I pinpoint literature, let us talk about literature as a catalyst for environmental awareness. The looming climate crisis has found a compelling voice in literature. Writers like Margaret Atwood in the text The Year of the Flood or Amitav Ghosh in The Great Derangement, they challenge us to confront the environmental devastation by humanity's unchecked ambitions. Even COVID was, it was a warning bell for us that human beings have somehow decided that we are the best among all the species of the world. But COVID told us that Anthropocene and anthropomorphism, which is study of human beings and study of other animals, everything should come together, and all the creatures have equal importance in the world, and human beings definitely are not the best species on earth. Somehow we have understood, we have decided that maybe because of our brains, or maybe because we think that we are the most powerful creatures in the world. So indigenous literatures from authors like Leslie Merman Silko or Joy Harshaw or Linda Hogan, who I have taken as a part of our MA folk literature in Native American folk literatures, they claim an ancient harmony with nature, offering alternative ways of living sustainably. Those works transcend the borders, requesting us to view the planet Earth as a shared home with the animals and the plants and not as a resource to exploit. We have been exploiting the planet Earth, and literature asks us to stop it. My next point would be literature's advocacy for social equity or to challenge poverty, gender equality, and challenging poverty. From Charles Dickens' critique of industrial poverty in hard times to the powerful voices of contemporary feminist writers like C.N. Adichie in the text, We Should All Be Feminists. I was talking about that. We should all be feminists. Literature exposes inequalities, and then it envisions more towards social justice. Through the words, writers humanize data and statistics. They turn abstract issues into tangible emotional narratives. These stories compel the readers to empathize and act, bridging the gap between policy and personal commitments. How the students will behave. Suppose I ask the students to drink some oxygen, they will not understand it. But if I offer them a cup of water and oxygen is definitely there in the water, then they will drink it without knowing. Literature plays the role of that kind of an oxygen that is present in water. You drink a glass of water, you actually drink a lot of oxygen. You read literature, you actually understand life in a more complex and a more positive, optimistic, and a more inclusive way. My next point would be amplifying the marginalized voices. So, who are the marginalized voices? I remember long back, Nandita Das, the celebrity actor and the director, she had come to IGNO, to my university, to deliver a lecture on the self and the other. Somebody asked her to mention what is the self and what is the other. She said that in a very simple way for the students. She said, in a room full of all white people, a black is the other. In a room full of all rich people, a poor is the other. In a room tips, these texts foster cultural understanding and they advocate for a world where all identities and communities are valued equally. This is what I learned when I wrote my long poetry book Sita. Sita, a poem. You can find it on internet. I wrote Sita in the year 2015, and then I read 300 Ramayans. So for me, not a single Ramayan, say Malviki's Ramayana or the Ramcharitmanas or any Ramayana for that matter, is not the mainstream, or no folk Ramayana is the marginalized or the other text. When I read the 300 Ramayans, I was humbled. I got to know so many folk Ramayans in the world, not just India, in the world, and the voices of the various characters from the Ramayana. And then I wrote my long poetry collection, Sita. And that collection is all over the place. People are reading and appreciating it, and I'm so humbled by that. My Sita is not a brooding, crying, complaining woman who complains about being left alone during her pregnancy. Rather, my Sita is a progressive, independent, and free thinking woman who takes life in her stride. When she is left alone in the forest during pregnancy, she uses it as her strength. She is a mother. She is a great teacher to the Ashramites in the Valmiki ashram. She is a great cook. She takes care of Mother Nature. She is an eco-feminist. She is a healer. So, even in my poetry, I have 9 poetry collections, but the upcoming poetry collections are Medusa, and another one is Kernel. In almost all my poetry collections, I talk about uh, identities, and then I talk about body politics, and also I talk about mythology and folklore. Somehow those theorizations come in my poetry as well. Uh, promoting sustainably Promoting sustainable cities and communities is another point under the world literary studies. Urbanizations, which promises about promises a good life to all of us, is a recurring theme in literature. In the poetry collection Land by Jayant Mahapatra, late Professor Jayant Mahapatra, the best one of the best poets in Indian English poetry, he talks about landscape as identity. Writers have been talking about how cities can shape and reshape human lives. So, travel literatures, people travel from place to place. You know, when I worked on folk literature, I saw that similar kind of folk themes were discussed in many parts of the world. African folk literatures, Australian indigenous folk literatures, and in Indian folk literatures, all of them have similar kind of themes and techniques and presentations. Imagine folk literature is ancient, folk literature is oral. Rather, later on, we are documenting the folk literatures. So people were traveling by foot, on foot. They were going from place to place. So travel has actually encouraged the collaboration of various world literatures since time immemorial. This is not just new where we catch a flight and go to the other part of the world today. Rather, during a time when there were no means of travel, like there was no ship, there was no airplane, even then people were traveling from place to place, and then they were writing literature which was similar and which had the similar tone and tenure. So those folk literatures and the contemporary literatures on identity and land and travel, they invite us to consider how urban spaces can become more inclusive, resilient, sustainable, promoting cohesion rather than division and compromise. The universal power of storytelling can change the whole world. Beyond industrial themes, literature unites us in the shared experiences of storytelling. It reminds us of our collective humanity, transcending cultural, linguistic, and national boundaries. Whether it is the epic 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, which is my all time favorite book, or the allegorical Animal Farm by George Orwell, which is again a very complex and a very dear text to me. Literature distills the complexities of global challenges into narratives that resonate across the generations. Actionable insights from literature is the key. What can we as readers, writers, and educators take from the actionable insight of literature? Empathy. I emphasize empathy as a foundation of action, and storytelling, which can transform passive concerns into active engagements. Like I said, if you go to your classroom and give them some moralities or some moral values as points, they will not take it. But if you tell them through stories, then moralities and important value systems can be transferred to our students. And literature is the key point here. Literature can help you to help your students through storytelling. There should be interdisciplinary connections. Literature can work in tandem with science, technology, economics, and politics, which I have been already telling you that this new course, stories from epics, Puranas, and Siddhantas, when I wrote about Surya Siddhanta, Pancha Siddhantika, and Siddhanta Shiromani, I was taken back to science. How Galileo or Newton, they have talked about important scientific inventions in the world, and how literature or Indian knowledge systems, they were already talking about those things. So literature has interdisciplinary connections. There is education and there is awareness in literature. Integrating sustainable global goals into our curricula through literature can equip the next generation with both knowledge and imagination to build a sustainable future. I would conclude by saying creation of a folk mind is important. Now, who is a folk mind? A mind like you and me. Somebody who is willing to learn new things, or somebody who is open to new ideas. Somebody who is thinking about the oralities and the indigenous studies, about people who are marginalized, people who are the subaltern. So, when you have a folk mind, you will understand these things. So, literature asks us to create a folk mind for yourself. Remaining a sustainable world through literature is most important. World literature is more than a passive reflection of a society, it is an active force for change. By addressing the sustainable development goals, literature can mobilize minds and hearts, fostering a collective consciousness that prioritizes equality, justice, and environmental security. Therefore, today I request all the participants here to celebrate and harness the transformative power of literature, world literature, in achieving a sustainable future. The pen, after all, is not just mightier than the sword, it is also a tool for planting the seeds of hope, resilience, and complete change. Like Mahatma Gandhi would say, be the change that you expect the world to become. So be the change first. Be a folklorist. Be a person of inclusivity, empathy, compassion, and create a folk mind in yourself. Thank you. Now it's open for questions and discussions.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for establishing and becoming also a bridge among all interdisciplinary academic disciplines. And here, this session is important because not only important because you are speaking, rather, the Gnoseological interlinkages truly that is one of the key themes of our concept, our conference also, and only you could deliberate upon the topic in such a sweet manner that sometime people from the field of medicine, even you cannot believe, I couldn't resist myself to dialing my medical officer and said that you come here, there is something for you. And I in between your call, I couldn't resist provoking my research scholar of cultural studies that concentrate, there is something for you. I couldn't resist, pointing out my another scholar who is working on Dalit feminism to concentrate that is there is something for you. One of the my research scholar very recently developed a paper on LGBTQ. There is something for him as well. There is something. We were having the economics faculty member, in between. Right now, one of them is sitting, and one research scholar is sitting over here. So there is something for economics. What else can create a better forum for cohesive in humanities where even there is a space for medical humanities, and where there is a space for trauma studies, where there is a space for historic studies, where there is a space for folk literature, where there is a space for you know uh, classical epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, where there is a space for identifying the inner power of Sita, and where there is a space for, you know, having geometric studies in the form of Abhimanyu, and citing that example and geometrical analysis of Kurukshetra, and where there is a space for anything that is inside the universe. That was universe became alive when you were talking. Global goals became touched upon, and the whole of the countries were vibrant, and their aspirations, their dreams to focused on that. And it was a very very celebrated fine morning moment which we were enjoying. It really touched our heart, and as convener of this conference, I am overwhelmed to listen. Even I can see a blinking comment. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a nice address. Somebody is writing in chat box, while on the screen I can, though even I have, I should wear power glasses to read all that, but and it's a quite distance from my place to the screen where uh, everything is being displayed. But to read the text is a challenge, but everything could be assembled, could be amalgamated, could be focused, all inclusive. Pankaj Gupta is writing awesome talk. I can read his comment over there. And so many participants. Dr. Nitin Pitadia is writing, thank you, ma'am. Everything is, I can read a lot many comments. Monica Rena, what an excellent deliberation, and quite informative. Kulbhushan Sharma. So we can see that such a sweet commentary is coming. Not only that, your talk was a talk to the heart, a food to the thought, and you know we can be deliberating upon, thinking upon, quoting upon, citing you and your thoughts. What could have been better, day to start the second day of this third international conference on sustainable global goals and Gnoseological interlinkages. And I am humbled that you accepted our invitation and you be with us. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thanks so much. Kindly accept our humble pranam from the University of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. So can I log out? I have another meeting.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. This engaging and wholesome talk. On behalf of our audience, I would like to say your quote that literature is the oxygen of life. That has really stuck by us.
Yes.
You have
Yes.
beautifully blended the storytelling that bridges social consciousness and artistic expression. And I believe all of us will be deliberating upon it and taking your ideas to expand further. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Please do that. And I request all of you to collaborate with me in your research and contribute to me like Dr. Nitin has already contributed. He has been working with me. So I'm here to encourage young minds. So please do collaborate with me. Thank you.
Surely, ma'am. Thank you. I would request my audience to please give her a huge round of applause for taking her time out, being with us. We truly appreciate, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Namaste. Have a good day.
We are
Namaste, ma'am.
humbled, ma'am. Thank you.
Moving on, I now request Dr. Adil Zafar. Is he online, sir? If you could please show us your presence. Okay, so good to have you, sir. And
Thank
before we begin, I would like to read a brief bio note that he has sent for all of us. Dr. Adil Zafar is an internationally experienced faculty, having more than 5 years of teaching experience in countries like the USA and UK, Saudi Arabia, and India. He has hundreds of certificates to his credit. He has submitted his doctoral thesis on the topic, The Elements of Postmodern Gothic, a critical study of selected works of Ian McEwan. In his MPhil, he is working on the topic Crisis and Concern in the select works of Allama Iqbal and T.S. Eliot, a comparative study. He is a gold medalist awarded by Jammu and Kashmir Society and a record holder in India Book of Records under the title Educational Courses Completed from Maximum Foreign Countries. Could we please have a round of applause for that?
thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Adil is an author of an educational supplement. He has also published several research papers, international as well as UGC care listed journals. His research interests include postmodernism, postcolonial studies, psychoanalysis, poetry, science fiction, gothic fiction. He has also written several book chapters on various themes. As a faculty to UNC Chapel Hill, USA, he has innovative teaching methods to facilitate learning among American students, aiming to improve the linguistic ability of foreign language learners, and in this endeavor, in turn, enrich his pedagogical skills. We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the extended introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today through this virtual conference. And I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak with you. So, just to give a bit of myself, I'm Adil Zafar, as already mentioned by the respect ma'am. So personally, like, let me start with this. I'm personally impressed with the title, like how the words they have been chosen for this title, Sustainable Global Goals in World Literature and Contemporary Studies, Remodeling, Gnoseological Interlinkages. So, like, I have subtitled it as an exploration of literature's role in fostering sustainability. So, for me, like, this is a call to action title. It's a prick to human conscience. So what I could understood from these words. So for me, it's a call to action title. So uh, I would like to break down this title, but before that, like, I have selected this Madman trilogy of Margaret Atwood, uh, like who is highlighting her concerns through her novels. So, for example, he has mentioned in one of her novels, sorry, trading short-term gain for long-term pain. It's on page 285. Again, she says, soon the air and light would be artificial, and the ozone and oxygen would be destroyed, thereby leaving the planet unfit for survival. She again focuses on a religious sect in her novels in this trilogy, like which she calls God's gardeners. For example, she portrays the lifestyle of these gods gardeners. Atwood, where she brilliantly states the precise way of handling the environment in order to procrastinate the impending environmental catastrophe. Her novels, they state the human society is a sort of monsters. It never learned, that it made the same mistakes over and over again. Again, like this trilogy, it's sure to kindle questions in the reader's mind whether the humans and humanoids would make good company in preserving the leftover resources. As, for example, she has talked about crackers in her novels, how they were created to save the environment, and the human beings are made to destroy the same, unfortunately. So she leaves us with this dilemma towards the end, and almost she left this conclusion to the readers, as she's a forward-thinking writer who writes a lot about her strong feelings on futuristic contents, and one among this is this surely the environmental crisis. Again, this trilogy, for example, this states that human beings, we are the major causes of these ruinations in the Amazon River, for example, and the wholesale slaughter of the ecosystem. And she mentions, beautifully, she mentions that beware of this man and his evil heart. It's on page number 91. Uh, in these three particular novels, like there are many characters and many incidents which are causing this huge ecological damage. Atwood, she has shown a keen interest in bringing out the importance of leading such a simple and righteous life through these gardeners sect, which is a particular sect in her novels, who are living a very simple life, a very pious life, and they're always trying to protect this environment. She shows, like, for example, how technology has been misled and mishandled and ultimately paved the way for the impending apocalypse. She has also portrayed the ecological threats caused by overpopulation, totalitarianism, overconsumption of resources, and consumerism, bringing out the eco-fictional elements prevalent in this trilogy. For example, towards the end, again, she creates a sense of hope with few of her characters that the civilization could be rebuilt. There is a possibility that the civilization, it can be rebuilt and brought back on track. For example, if we do not exploit these resources, if we do not exploit the environment or this climate, and deteriorate in this environment, like this could be rejuvenated and this could be revitalized. For example, as I said, there are too many interesting terms in the title. For example, there is Gnoseology, there is this interlinkage, there is sustainable global goals, there is this world literature, there is this remodeling. And if we can break them down, like Gnoseology, as we know, like it pertains to the study of knowledge, focusing on how we can acquire structure and understand information. Again, this interlinkage, that's one more important term in this title, like which we can say it can be the relationship or it can be the connection between various components of knowledge or understanding of concepts, frameworks, or methodologies. Then moving to this next term, that's sustainable global goals. As we know, like there's a framework of around 17 UN goals aimed at addressing global change like poverty, inequality, climate action, and peace. And there's a timeline for that, and that's 2030. Moving next, and we have one more term, and that's world literature. And it's again a body of literature that transcends the cultural and national boundaries, reflecting universal human experience. For example, we're taking the world as a global village now. Then one more important term in the title, that's again the remodeling, which implies altering or restructuring these interconnections to adapt to new perspectives, paradigms, or needs. Um, um, Again, like there are certain core goals uh, which this sustainable global goals highlight. For example, it highlights the inclusivity, it highlights the equity, sustainability, and global partnership. And this again has got a fundamental connection to the literature. As we know, literature, that's a mirror to social, economic, and environmental issues. For example, in Things Fall Apart, we see like how the author, he has beautifully explored the cultural inclusivity. Again, we have got this connection to the contemporary studies as well. There are many academic frameworks which are trying to integrate these SDGs into cultural and critical studies. If we move into the history, for example, we have before as earlier literary moments as well. We can take the example of Romanticism, which foreshadowed the environmental awareness, like through the works of William Wordsworth, Coleridge, and so on. There are modern contributions as well. We have cli-fi, uh, that's short for climate fiction, which again addresses this climate change. And as we say, as we earlier mentioned, that this Margaret Atwood's trilogy, Mad Adam, this again highlights such change, and it portrays the dystopian futures and the sustainability challenge which are before us, which are before the human beings, uh, in the way like we're exploiting the environment. Um, Again, like there's people are taking interest in these interdisciplinary studies, and that has again got a bigger role in the contemporary times. And as we know, literature that um, plays a fundamental role in fostering this empathy and driving activism for such sustainable future, or the concepts like that. Um, we have many other works like who talk or who highlight the issues like this. For example, um, like this Ratchet of the Earth by Franz Fanon, that again somehow like talks about the environmental degradation that links it to colonial exploitation. We have books on eco-criticism, which explore the environmental themes in literature. For example, we have The Silent Spring by famous author Rachel Carson. Um, as we know, like literature that has got a fundamental role right from the beginning, and it's actively participating like in these interdisciplinary kind of studies. Like it's trying to bridge the gap between the scientific data and human narratives to contextualize these SDGs. um, like now the key question is, for example, uh, what could be the Gnoseological interlinkage in literature and the studies? For example, the study of literature that can remodel our understanding of sustainability. It can incorporate indigenous knowledge into the SDG framework, Sustainable Development Goals frameworks. It can act as a mediator. The literature can act as a mediator between the scientific knowledge and the public consciousness. We have again works like Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. Uh, we have interdisciplinary dialogues on sustainability through various other fictions and research works as well. So we need to expand and remodel these knowledge frameworks. We need to expand the Gnoseological frameworks to incorporate the diverse perspectives. And we need to redefine progress in literature and studies to align with sustainability goals. That should be our aim, which is the theme of this particular conference as well. Um, like there can be practical applications as well. For example, we can incorporate SDG themes into the education curricula as well. We can promote storytelling as a tool for policy advocacy. Obviously, there are challenges as well, but there are opportunities before us too. For example, literature can be taken as a global medium for fostering intercultural understanding. Um, we can have collaboration between humanities and sciences for innovative solutions. Well, literature and contemporary studies, they are pivotal in remodeling our understanding of sustainability, as we know, like by integrating these SDGs into Gnoseological interlinkage, we can build a holistic approach to address such kind of global challenge. Like we can engage with literature and studies that inspire sustainable thought and action. Like that can be the key takeaway from this conference. This Margaret Atwood's dystopian fiction, Mad Adam trilogy, like this, a work of eco-fiction. Um, Her novels, basically, they are well known for their thought-provoking content, and she also expresses her strong views on environmental issues in most of her novels. This particular trilogy, Mad Adam, um, it's her prominent work, which focuses on the current trends and extrapolates them to explore the future. The themes and aspects of eco-fiction that are present in these three novels, there are ecological crises, out of control scientific innovations, and environmental degradation. And such themes of ecological catastrophe and environmental degradation in the trilogy is inspired by the current real life situations. Atwood, for example, she ingeniously narrates the after effects of environmental deterioration in the post apocalyptic world and the ecological holocaust that run amok in the novels, and effectively portrays them as a reflection of the contemporary society. She brilliantly narrates the apocalyptic end of the world to which we humans are dedicating ourselves. uh, this particular work, it lays stress on the significance of the ecosystem and the role of human beings in deteriorating the environment. And again, for this trilogy, she won the Orion Book Award for her speculative series, and is also known as the climate change author, as she calls climate change the everything change. Global warming occurs predominantly in this trilogy. She hopes through her writings to create awareness on the impending environmental apocalypse. This particular trilogy, it's all about ecological holocaust, and it's not only the result of ecological collapse caused by the human activities, but rather the consequences of the out of control scientific innovations. One more obvious thing about this trilogy is it portrays the current environmental situation of the world. For example, it clearly implies that environment is in a terrible condition, and although an environmental apocalypse is not imminent, we are definitely heading down that road. All these three novels in the trilogy, they deal with the significance of the ecosystem and the precise way of handling the same. Uh, Through Atwood, it appears that she's giving an imaginative form to environmental apocalypse in her trilogy. She writes on issues that largely do exist in today's society. She has expanded and modified such already existing environmental issues, although it's true that her novels, they largely hinge on the existence of certain technological advances leading to the environmental degradation. This trilogy has elements of love again, also, and is also funny, cruel, and profound. It portrays environmental crisis caused by advanced science, overpopulation, overconsumption of resources, consumerism, and totalitarianism. Um, for example, she again highlights this overpopulation issue, the current population, the rate at which it's increasing. It will double within the next century, and it's only a matter of time before there are shortage of life supporting resources on this planet. Overpopulation, that's always taken as a serious threat, which is again taken in this trilogy as well, because even though if we reduce our impacts on the environment, when the population doubles, the impact on the earth, that will be doubled. So many of the resources that we rely on are non-renewable. Consumerism, that's the another threat to our planet, and people care much about their image in the society, neglecting the results of their actions. So Atwood, she skillfully narrates in the trilogy how we are rapidly depleting these resources and would have nothing to use when they are gone in the future. And she has specified clearly that mankind and their advanced technology are the major cause of the impending apocalypse. So there are many other things like this which she highlights through her trilogy, like and she wants to like create a sort of awareness for us, how to save our resources, how to save our environment, uh, uh, besides other issues which she highlights in her novels. So finally, like towards the end, Atwood, she creates a sense of hope too, like with few of her characters, that civilization that could be rebuilt and that could be brought back on the track, and the and revitalized. Yeah, I guess like this is all from my side. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would now like to announce for a break, and we shall be reconvening for technical sessions at 1 p.m. Thank you for joining us.
And yes, of course, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Adil Zafar, who accepted my invitation to act as the keynote speaker in Third International Conference, ELLC 2024. So, thank you very much, Dr. Adil.
Thank you so much, sir.
Uh,
It was an honor to be with you. It's always an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much for everything, and thank you so much for being in touch always. Uh, you have been a
and
wonderful mentor always, sir.
and we expect similar kind of support in future as well.
Sure. It's always my pleasure, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Announce कर दिया technical session पे reconvene करेंगे.
हाँ हाँ रिकन्वीन करो, बोलो बोलो रिज्यूम करो, जल्दी बोलो.
There is a slight addition to the program schedule. The department head, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, would like to come up for one session of his. If people could rejoin, I welcome you, sir.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, Dr. Professor Pandey,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You are
Yes, sir,
very
you
much
are
audible.
audible.
You are very
am I
much
audible?
Yes, sir.
Here I stand to deliberate upon two of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. One is education for all, and the other one is inclusivity and you know for that academic goals. I would like to, there is no hunger. Another goal is no hunger, food for all, education for all. These 3 points I would like to deliberate upon, and where first one is no hunger. Abraham Maslow come up with the idea of personality theories. There the first basic need defined by him covers the food, shelter and clothing. All other stages can be built after the primary needs being fulfilled. And later on, when it comes that how primary needs should be, cater, or other stages, personality may be deteriorating or integrating accordingly. So when I would like to think on that, we have come across the news like mother has sold her son because of poverty. So what could have been the reason behind that? That the label from third level to first level, from insecurity needs to selling out the son is being deteriorated. There are other examples also. Some chain snatcher is sold, doing crime and stealing and bribing and robbing the others. When asked, says that I sold it, I did it because my family was hungry. My I wanted to fulfill my basic needs. So ultimately, sustainable development goals, sustaining forever having a developed nation, developed people, what is the last man in the row must be considered for the developed. If he or she is underdeveloped or deprived of that, then no goal can be realized. While developing upon, we are thankful that our speakers, Adil Jafarji, and our speakers of the day, and speaker of the day, ma'am, Nandini Sahuji, deliberated upon a lot many things. When humanity is in crisis, a very popular punchline is being reiterated, often reiterated line, that humanity is in crisis. So, why humanity is in crisis? What could be the reason behind that? What could be the base causes of that? So, academics, you see, there are dropout cases at school. Then there comes the dropout girl children. Once in a conference dedicated to the world peace hosted in New Delhi, an example was given from South Africa that deliberates upon. There was a girl standing on the road trying to look at some seminar and conferences like this. People said, "What are you looking at?" The girl said, "I am looking at that what is being done over there." They said, "Why don't you come up and join?" The girl said, "No, I can't." "Why can't you come over there?" She said, "Because I am a girl." Then after that, they carried the girl to the nearby the tent and she started peeping inside. That 9 year girl looking inside it, looking inside the conference being organized, and guests are there under the covered tent. They are having their program. Again, they said, "Come inside." She said, "No, I can't." The question was asked, "Why can't you come?" She said, "Because I am a girl." Then they carried her to the stage. But again, she resisted. She tried to get rid of her hand from the organizers. She said, "No, I can't." She said, "Why?" Then she said, "I cannot go on the stage." And that girl said, "I can't because I am a girl." Then they carried the girl to the on the stage, on the podium, and then they asked the question, "Why are you afraid so much?" The girl said, "Because I am a girl." So here is gender-based issues, gender-based problems inside the inclusivity of education. When United Nations said education for all, means if kids are not able to reach schools, it is the responsibility of social stakeholders that school must reach them. If schools are not reaching them, education cannot be compromised. See, at the year 2024, on this 15th of December, like you recall the Ides of March in a popular play by Shakespeare, here at the Ides of December on this 2024, I am making a statement from the forum of this conference, that this third international conference, where this statement should be boldly acknowledged, that by the year 2050, the society will be like that, where people will be considered illiterate. Illiterate people will be those who will not having accessibility to the technology. Illiterate people will not be those who can't read and write. Rather, illiterate people will be those who will having not accessibility, no comfort with technology. Society will be having again three kind of people, three category of people. First, high tech people. Second, low tech people. And third, no tech people. And high tech people will be, I am pleading for the ICT education for all. I am pleading for the internet education for all, where high tech people will still grow richer and richer, and they will grow like anything, because and at the cost of low tech people. Semi technical citizens will be working for high tech people. It is also being visible day by day. In current academic scenario, you will see that computer science professionals and graduates are getting higher placement packages, and even merits in admissions are even higher for them. So they will be the high tech strata of society. Rest of the people will be serving for them, and they will be earning at the cost of low tech people. There will be no tech society also. Those who will not be having access to the latest technology and technological development, they will have to pay for it. They will have to suffer. Uh, I don't know whether yesterday or it is being scheduled today. There is a research paper as convener, I can recall, on the digital arrest of the people, new kind of crimes emerging day by day, and digital arrest of the people. Who are being digitally arrested? You can realize people above 45 to 50 years of age, they are being digitally arrested. They are falling victim of such crimes. And why it is that? And see, their hard earned money being siphoned by technologically literate brutes. When I say, every day there is a news that 70 years old man is is digitally arrested, and 16 crores of his hard-earned money is being transferred by by those who made this crime, and they robbed him of 16 crore. Such kind of software based digital arrest and all that, it is alarming the society that cyber security is the upcoming major concern. For that purpose, in the upcoming era of cyber society, cyber literacy is uncompromisable. And for that purpose, we need to make the people reach technology. And if not, then society will be having another kind of problem. You can imagine that an old man who is snatched away of all hard earned savings, what will he do? And when that most of the nations are stopping pension funds, because you know in an essay, the year 2050 reflection of a futurist, Thomas J. Gordon already made a prediction that age technology will be of three ages. Genetics, psychology, and electronics. We are trading into the era of electronics, but we are we will be entering where psychology as a technology will be evolving. And in that psychology as technology, people will be facing a lot many psychological issues psychological problems. That's why our first speaker of the day said that trauma studies. Not only that, how to, well, when we talk about voices from the margins, so there is also a prominent voice from the center. Center is being held by technology, and those who are deprived of technology, they are being gradually marginalized day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute. They are not able to cope up with the pace of the technology. For that purpose, introducing technical education at the primary classes will be the need of the hour. Otherwise, when the world is talking about, when academicians of the world are discussing about paperless universities, conference people like us, they are releasing e-souvenirs with the ISBN. We are making everything digitized. India itself has a nation, one of the developing country. I would like to say that we are having national digital library of India. When libraries are being digitalized in that era, those who will not be having access to technology, they will have to be marginalized, and their voices, their access to education, their voices will be at margins and will not be heard in future. While talking about that, you can say crores of books, crores of digital repository, crores of video lectures are available from the forum of National Digital Library of India. And here I would like to reiterate, as president of National Digital Library of India Club, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, that those students will also be at the margin. Their voices won't be ever heard if they are not going to have access to the technology. So we need to consider the life. We need to imagine the life without technology will be the primal one, and people without technology will be at the losses. Then there has to be, primary education and challenges of secondary education. We need to stop somewhere falling classes of enrollment, and those who are withdrawing their enrollment from academics, they will be their primal concern. If we are literating the citizens and United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, education is the biggest game changer, but technological education will be the transformational power that will be playing its role in in sustaining the economy and giving the power to all. If we are not being empowered by technology, we will be losers. And for that purpose, somewhere digital humanities is already a subject, a new discipline. In 1995, for the first time, ICT was introduced in USA as new academic discipline, where Adil Jafar may be agreeing with me that yeah, there was in 1995 information communication technology was introduced as the new academic discipline, and in first of the American university. Clear over there. You became a leader. See why America is the US is so powerful today, because they are leading in technology. They are leading technology technocrats today, or they are attracting at least the technocrats from the global corners. And then there came the new term information superhighway. Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary has to attract the term information superhighways, where those who are born after 1995, they were given a new term, Gen G. And Gen Z people came up with the new features and new traits. And for that purpose, they are highly technically skilled. You may be elderly people of my age, from developing nations might be facing a problem that we cannot type so fast on the digital devices, where the even younger kids are playing games with that fastest finger first, and then we are that way getting away from that fast technology, and we need to centralize. Not only that, education for all, we need to make education reach the unreached. How we should attract? COVID also made us realize that education can sustain through in the reverse period by technology only. Even immediately, energy sector, sustainable energy sector, I was reported by the conference president, Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey, that one of our very, celebrated key speaker couldn't join the session because Kerala was facing heavy rainfall since last 2 3 days. And that's why all his digital devices are uncharged, and because of power failure and energy, then we need to and our we need to drop, or we couldn't have the opportunity to listen one of our celebrated speakers. So that way, how helpless that resource person might be feeling, how helpless that keynote speaker might be feeling as an individual in the era of digital humanities, and in the era of that brilliant ideas are also being cornered because of not having sustainable energy sources. Then solar, fuel, and electrical energy, these are the power sources, and we find that fuel energy are about to exhaust, and fossil fuel is about to exhaust. So the need of new fuel, we need to create need of new energy sources, or you can say then non exhausting energy sources is required, and sun only offers that non exhaustible energy source. Not only that, so there you food also, we need, there is a requirement of new food, because we cannot depend on traditional food with the growing population, where death rate is going fall and birth rate is growing like anything. So for the nations who are on the developing stage, they need to research massively upon that. We There are researches being done in the field of artificial photosynthesis. There are researches being done in basic sciences like CO2 fixation in the environment. There are researches being done. COVID made us research that how to prepare oxygen, more and more oxygen in laboratory conditions. How to make it available, and how to those laboratory conditions make it at industrialized level. For environmental concerns are alarming at the other end. There we need to come up front, and for that purpose, somewhere we all are required to come, think, collaborate, and make the humanity comfortable. And where there are, ma'am was telling, Professor Nandini Sahu was telling that people who are suffering from AIDS, their trauma, secluding them, creating them that they are not our responsibility, will be running away from them. Whatsoever problem is LGBTQ and other people are facing, we cannot say they are also somewhere. If female are coming and telling that we are marginalized and we are overpowered by male members of the society, similarly, what will be the statement of this third gender, transgender people? They are being dominated and they are being overpowered. They are being, by both male and female of the society. They are cornered out of the professional sphere since ages. What will be the their fate? What will be the their destiny? And what will be the their say? What will do they say that who is responsible for that? Somewhere male and female both are accountable for that. So in any society that is based on graded inequality principle, where male is feeling that they are on the top of the world, female is feeling that they are dominated by the male, at the same time male and female both are dominating the transgender. So that cannot be holistic society and cannot be equal society. Somebody is not born to shut down all professional doors for that group. Somewhere we need to learn. Somewhere we need to still learn on Dalit studies. Somewhere we need to still focus on tribal studies. And I I maybe seem talking like a fool, but so far as Indians are concerned, let me make another big statement from this forum after making the statement of like society, high tech, low tech, no tech. This is the another big statement, and those who are from India, they should try to correct all the participant that the darker India has the brighter gems. We need to explore them. We need to make also them shine, and we need to make the sunshine reach them to so that they can full groom and shine with their full color. And kindly confirm that am am I wrong in making such a statement that whether darker India is having the brighter gems. Not only that, the darker globe is having the brighter gems. We need to think over that. We need to make them forefront. We need to realize that what crime we are doing in the name of development. Development cannot be sustainable. Development cannot be all. And when we are missing them out, we need to add them, we need to invite them, we need to collaborate them, we need to do hand holding with them, so that they can also not stand somewhere out of the tent of the development, global development and global dreams, and say stand out and say that because I am a girl I cannot go to school, because I am a girl I cannot study in a big convent school, because I am a transgender, because I cannot have access to IITs or bigger institutions, because I am not having access to technology. Shutting those doors. Those who are former son, being the agrarian nation, anywhere on this earth, if they are not having academic access to the technology, so somewhere those who are serving in the government medical hospitals, if their doors are not open for poor patient, and if they are not able to stand in solidarity of providing treatment to those who are suffering from tough diseases and life threatening diseases, so there is no mean of having hospitals of high paying. Hospitals will have to reach, and medical facility, medical science is coming, telemedicine and other things, and providing support from doctors in the medical way. But somewhere still, what about those who are not having access to telemedicine, who are dying unattended somewhere? If any hospital is shutting the door for any patient, telling that we can't treat you because you are a poor or because you are a transgender, so that is the slap on that. There are cases of doctors going for feticide and telling that rules for the fools, your need is son and my need is money. So sex selective abortion and preference of male child should be, shut down from such practices, and such doctors should be brought, must be brought to the, legal practices, and, before judicial system, and they must be, their medical licenses should be, terminated, and they should not be allowed to practice like that. We cannot say like that. Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary and University of Oxford is telling that she is expecting a baby is a wrong statement. Why? Baby is having itself a masculine connotation. How can you prioritize the gender of a baby that is not born yet? Why not she is expecting a girl? Why not she is expecting a transgender? Because transgender, if you are telling she is expecting a transgender, society will start laughing, tabooing, pinpointing, cornering that mother. So there is no singular term for that. He for masculine, she for feminine. But see, the noun itself, grammatical structure itself is having no term for transgender, lacking in the grammar. And for that purpose, Oxford University Press said no, there should be a gender neutral terminology that should be she is expecting a baby, baby, by of baby, and they for all three genders. So instead of telling she is expecting a baby boy or she is expecting baby, we should say she is expecting a baby. Not only that, we are ignoring people, alive people sitting in front of us by favoring our smartphone. And there came a new term in Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, that is phubbing. Phone plus nubbing is equal to phubbing. And that meaning of that term, ignoring a person in front of you by favoring your smartphone, is it like a snubbing, and or by your telephone. So that terms is coming phubbing. See, masculine preference inside the language. Hero. A person is a hero. Why not Shiro? He is a hero. Why not Shiro? Even in Hindi, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. Why मर्दानी? Why hero? Why not Shiro? Why not खूब लड़ी वो नारी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी? Somewhere we need to correct our language. Somewhere we need to focus into that, and then ultimately we shall be gender fair language. If the language cannot be gender fair, at least it must be gender neutral language. And then we need to look at the literature. Ma'am said that I described Sita as not the weak person, not the weak lady. Rather, she is the ecofeminism said that inside Amida's nature, she could nurture her baby even beyond the support of the father. She could do that. So on that point of view, Sita emerges as the powerful woman. Similarly, we need to look at the society, that if somebody is all alone, she must be able to, the definition of democracy comes from Urdu. It says that we call jamhuriyat. jamhuriyat वो तर्जे हुकूमत है जहां बंदे को तोला नहीं करते, गिना करते. Means democracy is a kind of governance where people are not counted, every people is having vote value of 1. He will, whether he is rich, whether he is poor, he or she is, or the person is from transgender, his vote value is 1. So that is the beauty of democracy. And then we need to realize that how democratic we are going to be in our approach. Sages of Rig Veda, towards the last of my talk, I am concluding. Sages of Rig Veda said on the concern, ecological concern of this earth, that dear earth, whatsoever we are digging from you, let that quickly be grow over. Whatsoever we are taking away from you, let that quickly be grow over. Otherwise, we are the sinner. We are stealing the riches from this earth. We need to think that this earth belongs to the next generation. We inherited from our ancestors, and we need to hand it over safely in the hand of generations to come. And if we are unable to do that, we are doing the heinous crime to the future generation, and progeny will always held responsible to us. Wars that is being that any front anywhere on this earth, whatsoever may be the reason, the bombs, that energy being infused is being submerged in the environment. Then all emissions that is emitted by the fire weapons, that is being absorbed by the environment, it is getting heated minute by minute. Then sometime we are telling that global warming is there. So nature cannot be cheated, and we can't cheat the nature. Somewhere we need to stand in solidarity with nature and in solidarity with nation. That is, at the concluding session of this keynote address, I wish to speak and I wish to make an appeal. Whatsoever you are doing, wheresoever you are there, in whatsoever capacity you are working, don't think that you can cheat nature. Nature is the, again, metaphor, that nature is the computer that updates its data in millionth of the second. And somewhere there we need to stand, we need to think. Otherwise we won't be able to exist to think. That's where I would like to stop my talk. Thanks the organizers for providing me this much time as the concluding statement of this, plenary session of second day talk. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I believe everyone enjoyed it thoroughly. There's been a delay, and now we'll be reconvening for the technical sessions at 1:30 p.m. This time is now scheduled as break. We'll be reconvening at 1:30 p.m. for the technical sessions. Thank you all. The presenters and the participants and all the online members can take a break.
मनोज वर्मा जी बैठे हैं मेरे बगल में, मैं
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chair, Dr. Vipin Kumar Pandey, sir, have you joined? Dear presenters, we shall wait for 1 or 2 minutes for the chair to join us. Respected participants and paper presenters. Okay, the chair has joined. Okay, let us start the session now. Respected chair, Dr. Vipin Pandey sir, shall we start the session?
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
You
sir.
proceed now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome you all to our third international conference on topic Sustainable Global Goals in World Literature and Contemporary Studies, Remodeling Gnoseological Interlinkages, being organized by the Achieve Foundation for English Studies in collaboration with Madan Mohan Malavia University of Technology, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, and LJNS Government Girls College, Una, Himachal Pradesh. I am Paul Jacob, Assistant Professor of English, St. Aloysius College, Tatwa, and I have the honor of co-chairing this event alongside the esteemed chair, Dr. Vipin Kumar Pandey, Associate Professor of English at Shakuntala Devi Misra University, Lucknow. Dr. Vipin Kumar Pandey, a renowned scholar in English language and literature, brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to our seminar. We are incredibly grateful for his presence and guidance today. Hearty welcome, respected Dr. Vipin Kumar Pandey, sir. Also, I extend a warm welcome to all the paper presenters to this session. We have a slight change in the order of presentations for today's session. Ms. Shivangi Gautam, who is originally scheduled to present 13th, has requested to present first due to her commitment to host another session today. Therefore, respected chair, shall we begin the session with Ms. Shivangi Gautam's presentation with your permission? And I officially hand over the session to the respected chair, Dr. Vipin Kumar Pandey. Over to you.
फोटो इसमें फोटो है ना उसका रिकॉर्डिंग
Respected chair, shall we start the presentation with Ms. Shivangi Gautam?
So we should proceed on for that word to proceed by the station.
Thank you, sir, for considering my request. And thank you for providing me with this opportunity to present my paper. Shall I begin, sir?
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. My presentation is on eco-masculinity, bridging gender and nature for a sustainable future. Eco-masculinity is an emergent framework for reconceptualizing what we often implicitly constitute masculinity within relation to ecological harmony and sustainability. In this paper, the development of eco-masculinity as a genre is explored and its relevance in academia, activism, and literature is considered. Historically, environmental narratives have often been dominated by feminine metaphors such as Mother Nature and Gaia, and advertently marginalizing the masculine role in environmental stewardship. Eco masculinity fights against this by saying that men too are a part of nature. Nature cannot be persevered without us, and every being in this universe is a part of the cycle of life. The research analyzes the lives and work of male leaders in the environmental and literature worldwide. It talks about Indian activists and all the men who show a nurturing masculinity that works with nature rather than to exploit it through efforts. The paper also investigates how male energy combines with the characteristics of nature, that is, earth, water, fire, wind, and ether, looking at these elements as both feminine and masculine energy, observing a culture and spirituality perspective that tends to regard these as having both masculine and feminine characteristic. I highlight its potential that masculinity can also be healing, generative, alongside with environmental sustainability. In addition, this paper proposes that this paradigm should be woven into academic discourse, policy making, and grassroots activism to develop a sense of collective identity that resonates with rhythms of nature. It is therefore concluded that eco masculinity is not an end in itself, but by which we have a potential to open up to a transformative genre to men that will bridge the gender equity and ecological ethics. I won't be reading all of my paper. I'll just read the crux of so that because we are actually a little bit behind the schedule. Eco masculinity, a developing genre, it's a counter narrative to hegemonic masculinity, which in past has been associated with domination, exploitation, and control. And then reading, I think I'll explain this. The concept that men are always toxic, and the concept that it's always Bharat Mata or Mother Nature. I think the masculine energy has no place whatsoever as we are trying to understand nature. So, my paper is all about that men to have their parts. Men are not always toxic. They have their hand, their activism, their role in balancing out the energies of nature as well as the world, which also represents in the social activism. Historically, nature has been personified as female. Nevertheless, masculinity has often been linked to human constructs of industry, technology, progress, all of which have been resulted in environmental degradation. It further reinforces the dichotomy that exists between masculinity, the natural, and that men are somehow divorced from the natural world. This binary is what eco masculinity hopes to dissolve in recognizing that the environment is also a man's issue and that he can be as nurturing and caring as in hopes for conservation. I'll just name a few environmental activists. John Muir, often referred to as the father of the national parks, was a Scottish American naturalist and writer who significantly influenced wilderness preservation in the United States. Through his passionate advocacy, he helped create iconic national parks like Yosemite Sequoia. More writings show spiritually tied to nature, and he calls upon human mankind to recognize the natural world as a resource. Vandana Shiva, she is most commonly linked to the eco-feminist work, but her work also highly is relevant to eco-masculinity. She is an Indian scholar, an environmentalist who criticizes the deconstructive filtration of natural resources by male-dominant paradigm and promotes a sustainable, inclusive approach to them. Satish Kumar, a former Jain monk turned environmentalist, has blended spiritual wisdom with ecological activism to promote reverential ecology. That's a term that he has given. An editor of Resurgence and Ecologist magazine, he has quotes like economics without ecology is managing the human nature relationship without knowing the delicate balance between profit and sustainability. His division of masculinity to eco masculinity is a man's finding his place in nature and his role as a protector of the earth and stepping down from the pedestal. He remains a layer pinned in beneath countless layers above him, but at least he's there. E.O. Wilson, the father of biodiversity, and his example is that biophilia hypothesis, which he claims that human beings are intrinsically attracted to natural world. His statement, destroying rainforest for economic gain is like a burning renaissance painting to cook a meal. Last but not the least, Chico Mendes, a Brazilian environmentalist and union leader who fought throughout his life to save the Amazon rainforest and defend the rights of indigenous people. Together, these environmentalists have written, acted, and philosophized their way into making masculinity a force for nurturing and sustaining the earth. Their vision of masculinity welcomes homosexuality. They stand up to traditional gender norms, provide a model for alternate masculinity, build on compassion and intimate connection to natural world. For millennia, cultural and spiritual traditions across the world have connected all the elements of nature earth, water, fire, wind, and ether to gendered energies. But just a small example water has femininity as it is adaptable and flows. But water is also masculine, it persists and it's deep. Fire, the symbol of transformation and energy, whole and complete, containing the masculine passion for risk and the feminine warmth of nature. The wind is free from mediating gender norms and linked with freedom and change. The symbol of ether, contains both female and male attributes within it. I propose viewing these elements in an interdependence and resulting dynamic balance of gendered energies expressed by eco masculinity is the heart of ecological concordance. While still lesser known, eco masculinity has appeared in academic discourse with scholars and intersection of gender environmental systems. With this, I end my paper and I thank you for the opportunity to stepping me up in the serial order. I thank you, Chair Sir, and I thank you, Co-Chair Sir. If there are any questions, I would like to answer them. But I think we are short
Any
in
question
times.
regarding this? Any presenter, any presenter, any question, any argument regarding this? This paper, any question regarding this?
I would like to detain them at
Okay.
the end of the session, if that's possible.
Next presenter is
Thank you, everyone.
Respected Chair, shall we proceed with the number given in the list? The next presenter is Dr. Sujay Kumar S. Collin. Are you here? Okay, in his absence, we shall call the next presenter, Pooja Singh.
Yes, sir. Shall I begin presenting my paper? Am I visible?
Yes, you are. You are.
okay.
Okay. So, good afternoon, the chair and other presenters. My name is Pooja Singh, research scholar from the English and Foreign Languages University. And today I'm here to present my paper entitled The Cultural Narratives of Sustainability. Cultural narratives are an important part of human existence and society, forming a collective surrounding for individuals, influencing their thoughts and perspectives. As culture is nothing but the basis of human identity, all our thoughts, perspectives, and are molded by the narratives produced within a cultural surrounding. These narratives play an important role in shaping an individual's identity as well as its social roles, relations, and responsibilities. The growth of a nation solely depends on its residents, as they form the very basis of its existence. Their thoughts and perspectives are the key to the growth and development of the nation and the globe. When we talk about sustainability, it is never centered around achieving a particular goal or touching an economic landmark, but caters to a social goal for whole humanity for a congenial coexistence on Earth. The idea of sustainability in its approach towards growth and development is usually pillared by three dimensions, that is, environmental, ecology, economy, and society, where the societal dimension of growth sorry, depends on culture and its narratives. The aim is to meet present economic, social, and environmental goals, creating a healthy, livable society without hampering the ability for future growth and development. This can only be achieved if people are hopeful and empathetic about both present and the future generations. Therefore, to achieve sustainability, it is necessary to incorporate talk on the cultural mindset working behind all these important dimensions of life, as culture frequently works as a negotiator for achieving development goals. However, this role of culture is generally undervalued, giving sole importance to the social and economic factors for the growth and development of the nation. One of the important landmarks in this respect, considering the role that culture plays in promoting sustainability and development, is the existence of UNESCO, the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Uh, Committing to the idea of sustainability and sustainable future, a total of 193 nations have shown their allegiance with United Nations for 2030 agenda. The framework consists of 17 sustainable goals and 169 associated targets to be achieved by 2030 for a more viable futuristic approach and existence on Earth. All the 17 SDGs advocates a holistic approach towards the environmental, economic, and social development of the nations altogether. These SDGs can be divided into three dimensions, that is, people, planet, and prosperity, dealing with the social, environmental, and economic factors of life. The main approach of this paper is to discuss the role that culture and cultural narratives play in highlighting as well as propagating the issues related to the social dimensions of sustainable goals. The five goals that solely can be counted under the social and culture framework are the third goal, good health and well-being; the fourth one, quality education; the fifth goal, that is gender equality; the 10th goal, that is reduced inequalities; and the 16th goal, that is peace, justice, and strong institutions. All these
రాలేదు. ఆహా.
All these goals are surrounded by the cultural narratives set and guided by the society, related to each other and to the social and cultural hierarchies set by we humans and our cultural boundings. I would like to end my talk pointing out to the idea that all the sustainable goals and the underlying targets somehow or the other, especially with respect to the morals, values, beliefs, and practices of individuals or groups, by influencing at least the way people accept and practice these goals. We all need to place to share our individual part in achieving these goals, molding and recreating to the narratives around us. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? I'm Professor G. Mary Sulanda from Ambedkar Open University.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I present now? My number is on 9. Can I present now? Or is it in room 3?
Okay, so sir, I'm done with my presentation. Ma'am, you can ask to the chair, Dr. Vipin, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Any question regarding this? Any question regarding this? Any presenter? No question. Dr. Paul, next presenter.
Okay, the next presenter is Josna, Assistant Professor of English, Vallabh Government College, Mandi.
Sir, my one small query, sir. I'm Professor G. Medicinal. Is it in this link or elsewhere?
Madam, actually, this is the technical section 1, hall number 1.
So hall number 1. Okay, right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is Josna present here? Okay, in her absence, we shall call the next presenter, Chetna Rawat. Is she present? She is not present, so we shall move to next presenter, Rimni Chakravarti. Is Rimni Chakravarti present here? She is also absent. Next presenter is Shakil Ahmad. Is he present here? Shakil Ahmad. He is also absent. So the next presenter is Nidha Paveen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Just give me a second.
Yeah, good afternoon. Respected Chair.
Please. Good name.
Her name is Nida Pavin.
I start now. Gita Parvi.
I
Next
think.
protocol.
Okay, we shall move to next one. Jerusi Walnal Muwaki. Jerusi.
Sir, I'm here. Am I audible? Actually, I'm facing some network connection problem. Am I audible? It's Nida Zedi here. Hello.
You are edible.
Sir, I'm sharing the paper. If it's possible, I can just start reading it out. Sir, may I continue?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Nida from Mangalayatan University. I'm a research scholar. So basically, my paper is about the sustainable values exploring Bhagavad Gita teaching in the writing of Ruskin Bond and Sudhamurti. So basically, my presentation is going to examine that how the timeless wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita is reflected in the works of renowned Indian authors Ruskin Bond and Sudhamurti, with a focus on the interconnected theme of sustainability, human responsibility, and living in harmony with nature. The abstract of this is that how the research delves into the profound insights of the Bhagavad Gita, exploring how its principles of sustainability and ethical livings are interwoven into the narratives of Ruskin Bond and Sudhamurti. This study aims to analyze the common theme of sustainable values and their implications for modern society. The objective of this is to explore the integration of Bhagavad Gita and Sudhamurti. So basically, the Bhagavad Gita offers profound insights into sustainable livings, emphasizing the interconnections of all beings and the importance of living in harmony and nature. The text advocates for mindful consumption, responsible stewardships of resources, and a balanced approach of human needs and the environment. First is karma yoga, that is duty without attachment. That second is knowledge and wisdom, and third is devotion and love. And how it is connected with Ruskin Bond's literature, that is Ruskin Bond's stories often feature the nature world as a central element, emphasizing the beauty and fragility of nature. It shows that how nature is a teacher and how nature teaches valuable lessons about respecting the natural world. He also emphasizing the importance of living in harmony with nature, finding joy in simpler things. In the same way, Sudhamurti is also usually reflects her humanitarian's visions, while writing often addressing social issues and advocate for ethical conduct. Her narratives also highlights the importance of compassion, empathy, and sense of responsibility towards fellow humans. She emphasized the interconnections of all people, particularly those who are marginalized. Her stories often depict acts of kindness and empathy, and that also show the social responsibility, like how she emphasized the importance of contribution to society. If I do the comparative analysis of sustainability theme with them, through the comparative analysis of their writing, this study reveals a shared understanding of sustainable values between Ruskin Bond and Sudhamurti. They both emphasize the interconnecting of human nature and society, advocate for harmonious and balanced approach for living. Nature as a source of inspiration. Both authors draw about the inspiration from nature, using its backdrop for their stories as a source of moral values, as well as human responsibility for importance of individual responsibility towards the environment and society, and its implication for modern society. The study reveals how the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita, reflected in the writing of Bond and Murthy, holds significant relevance for addressing modern challenges. It encourages a shift towards sustainable practice, mindful consumption, and a great sense of ethical responsibility. So basically, the conclusion is the integrated timeless wisdom. This research underscores the enduring relevance of the Bhagavad Gita's teaching for navigating modern challenges by integrating these timeless values into our lives, we can foster a more sustainable and harmonious future for ourselves and generation to come. And for example, I can just let you know that if I talk about some religious places like ISKCON also has initiated conducting these sessions in various schools also for the students. So practically students can learn about the teaching of Bhagavad Gita, connectivity of it with sustainability. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I'm done with my presentation. Oh.
Even sir, you are please unmute. Sir, you are muted. Even sir, you are not audible. Could you please unmute?
Dr. Paul, next presenter.
Okay, sir. Thank you. The next presenter is Jerusi
Yes.
Wallamuak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So good evening, everyone. Good evening to the chairs and other respective selves. So today, I'm going to talk about my particular research topic, which is the dynamic of social relation, the study of Mahesh Dattani Tara. And this study dives deep into the play portraying about the gender discrimination, family dynamics, and the impact of societal norms on individual. Through the story of Tara, Dattani focuses us to confront uncomfortable truth about how families and societies prioritize men over women and how these bias shape lives in lasting ways. So this research highlights that Tara is not just a play, it is powerful commentary on how patriarchal values infiltrate even the most intimate space like the family. The central focus of the story is Tara and her twin brother Chandan, who are conjoined at birth and separated through surgery. The surgery, however, is influenced by the family's decision to prioritize the male child, reflecting societal preferences for boys over girls. This sets the stage for a lifetime of inequality, guilt, and emotional conflict. So, what makes this research particularly important is its focus on why behind these choices. It examines the role of Tara's parents in perpetuating these biases. Mr. Patel, the father, represents the societal pressure to conform to traditions, while Bharati, the mother, though loving, also play a role in the discrimination due to her internalized belief about gender. This dynamic creates a family where love and guilt coexist, ultimately leading to emotional fragmentation and unfulfilled aspiration for Tara. So the research also explore how Tara raised larger question about intersectionality. Tara's struggle aren't just about being a girl, she is also a person with a disability. This dual marginalization amplifies her challenges and reflects the layered nature of discrimination in society. This focus on intersectionality is a significant part of the study as it highlights how individuals can be marginalized in multiple ways, making their struggle even more profound. So the research concludes that Tara is a micronism of broader societal issue. It critiques how families, often seen as safe space, that can also perpetuate harmful norms. It questions the ethical implications of prioritizing one life over other, bias on gender, or other based on gender, and calls for a reevaluation of how we, as individuals and communities, sustain these inequalities. So basically, this study is a call to action. It challenges us to think critically critically about the values we pass down in our families, the bias we unconsciously uphold, and the system we participated in. By exploring themes of justice, equality, and identity, the research on Tara reminds us of the importance of breaking free from traditional mindset and creating a more inclusive and equitable society. Thank you so much.
Jarusi, sorry for the interruption.
Yes, sir.
All the presenters are requested to enable your camera because it is live streaming.
Sir, do I have to do it again? Sir, I finished my presentation.
Dr. Vipin sir, there is some problem. Now, so you are not audible. Problem with the okay, sir. The next presenter is Dr. Pallavi Bharadwaj. Is he here?
Thank you. Yes, yes, I'm here, sir. Am I audible?
Oh,
All
yes,
right,
you
sir.
are audible.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And with the kind permission of the chair, I, Dr. Pallavi Bhardwaj from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, presents my paper on Sustainable Development Goals and National Education Policy, a symbiotic collision. Being teachers of the era, we are quite aware about the relevance of NEP and its correlativity with Sustainable Development Goals for nurturing a robust academic environment. I quote, we don't have to engage in grand, heroic actions to participate in change. Small acts, when multiplied by millions, can transform the world. I unquote. Howard Zinn, American historian, playwright, theorist, social philosopher, and World War II veteran, excerpts underscores the call for a daily feat by common masses. While renewable energy can aid humankind with strength and vigor for free, and even the technological progressions can erupt momentous transformations, still, our mindset is the prime obstacle to sustainability. If we will fix this snag, we can revolutionize the globe. The Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, a universal schema espoused by the United Nations in 2015, takes in numerous aspects of sustainable augmentation, including edification, gender parity, fiscal escalation, climate action, and decontaminated water. Introduced in 2020, India's National Education Policy, NEP, aspires to metamorphose the educational system by collaborating with multiple SDGs. The paper imparts an epigrammatic synopsis of the ways in which the SDGs and the NEP work collectively, highlighting their role in sustaining India's holistic, sustainable, and all encompassing development. By scrutinizing these associations, the role of education is emphasized in reaching the SDGs and in structuring a more just, affluent, and ecological cognizant future India. The vibrant liaison amid this India's national education policy and the sustainable development goals, wherein Goal 4, SDG 4 of the 2030 for sustainable development, which India adopted in 2015, echoes the comprehensive aim for education expansion that intends to assure an inclusive, egalitarian, first class education, egging on potential for lifelong learning. Education is the key that unbolts the golden door to sovereignty. It unshackles the intelligence, unfastens the mind's eye, and is elemental for self esteem. It offers a wealth of opportunities and is the clandestine to affluence, enabling each one of us to make a constructive contribution to a vigorous, avant garde society. The 21st century is characterized by pressing global challenges, including environmental degradation, social inequality, and economic instability. Recognizing the interdependence of these issues, the international community adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The SDGs adopted by United Nations serve as a blueprint for addressing these universal challenges. It is the progress that convenes the desire for the current scenario, exclusive of compromising the aptitude of upcoming cohorts to meet up their personal requirements. Central to this agenda is the role of education encapsulated in SDG 4, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Education is critical enabler for achieving all 17 SDGs and national education policy. It serves as a bridge between global goals and local implementation. They define the roadmap for achieving education related targets, which while adapting to the unique socio-economic, cultural, and political contexts of the nation. SDG 4 aims at quality education for all. It targets include universal access to quality primary and secondary education, equal access to affordable technical, vocational, and tertiary education, lifelong learning opportunities that promote sustainable development, equality in education, and improved educational infrastructure and teacher training. National education policies are country specific frameworks designed to improve access, equity, quality, and relevance in education. It is an apt vehicle of sustainable development. They align with international commitments while addressing local priorities. The core function of NEPs include curriculum design, equity and inclusivity, capacity building, infrastructure development. Let's talk about the case studies. I've taken 3 case studies in this particular research that is aligning NEPs with SDG 4. So the first one is India's National Education Policy 2020. So India's NEP 2020 represents a transformative approach to education, emphasizing accessibility, equity, and sustainability. And the key highlights include universal access, multidisciplinary learning, and digital education. So platforms such like Diksha that promotes online learning, addressing SDG 4.4, that is skill for decent work. Then second case study is Finland's education model. Finland integrates sustainability into its education system through eco-school programs, that is promoting environment education. Then second one is teacher autonomy, enabling educators to adapt teaching to societal needs. And the third one is holistic learning, that is focusing on student well-being and interdisciplinary knowledge. The third case study is Rwanda's post-conflict education reform. So Rwanda's education policy, it prioritizes a social cohesion, that is education as a tool for reconciliation and equity. Then the second one is STEM education, that is advancing technological skills to address national challenges. And the third one is gender equality. The programs promoting girls' education that contributes to SDG 4.5. So, but despite their potential, NEP faces several challenges, including resource limitation, that is insufficient funding. Second is policy implementation gaps. Third one is cultural and social barriers. And the last one is digital divide. However, in spite of numerous hurdles, ample of strategies also have been adopted and designed to strengthen the SDG NEP linkage. It includes policy coherence and integration, public private partnership, community engagement, and monitoring and evaluation. That is robust data system that is essential for tracking progress, identifying gaps, and redefining strategies. Therefore, the relationship between SDG 4 and NEP is inherently reciprocal, a symbiotic liaison. SDG 4 provides a global framework, while NEP adapt and implement these goals at national level. Simultaneously, well-designed NEP catalyze progress across other SDGs, creating a virtuous cycle. For instance, poverty reduction, SDG 1, where education equips individuals with skill for gainful employment. Second is gender equality, SDG 5, in which inclusive education policies address systematic disparities. And the SDG 13, that is climate action, wherein education fosters environmental stewardship. This symbiosis underscores the transformative power of education in driving sustainable development. Therefore, the interdependence of SDG 4 and NEP highlights the fundamental role of education in achieving sustainable development. By aligning national policies with global aspirations, countries can address local challenges while contributing to international progress. However, realizing this potential requires overcoming resources constraints, bridging implementation gaps, and fostering innovation. Ultimately, education is not just a goal, but a means to achieve all these SDGs, making its prioritization essential for a sustainable future. Education, thus, is a fundamental human right that aids to elevate men and women beyond poverty, balances disparity, and endorse sustainable development. Thank you so much.
Any question regarding this? Any argument, any doubt? Dr. Paul, next presenter.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Next presenter. Okay, next presenter is Aryan Mathan. MA English, LPU Jalandhar. Are you here?
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah.
Okay, shall I start? All right. Good afternoon to the chair and all my fellow presenters. My name is Aryan Madan, and I'm currently pursuing my master's in English from Lovely Professional University. And today I am honored to present my research paper titled Gender Violence and Communalism in Ice Candy Man. Bapsi Sidhwa's Ice Candy Man is a harrowing exploration of the partition of India in 1947, told through the innocent yet perceptive eyes of Lenny, a young Parsi girl. The novel captures not only the physical and social devastation of partition, but also its profound psychological toll on individuals and communities. Through this research, we have undertaken an interdisciplinary study that integrates literary analysis, psychological theories, and historical context to examine the intertwined themes of gender violence and communalism in the novel. This approach allows us to move beyond the surface of the narrative and delve into the emotional and mental dimensions of the character's experience. One of the core focuses of this research has been the use of psychological theories, particularly Kathy Caruth's trauma theory, to understand how partition's violence affects the character's mind and behaviors. Trauma, as Caruth says, often manifests as the silence or the inability to articulate pain. In the novel, we see this clearly in Aya's transformation. Initially depicted as a lively and confident woman, Aya becomes a shadow of her former self after her abduction. Her silence is not just a personal reaction, it symbolizes the collective trauma endured by the countless women during partition. This aligns with real-life accounts such as those in Urvashi Botalia's The Other Side of Silence, where survivors speak of losing their capacity to laugh or feel joy. By applying trauma theory to Aya's story, this research highlights how Sidhwa captures the psychological scars of gendered violence, making the novel deeply relevant to both historical and contemporary discussions on trauma. This novel also explores the psychological impact of communalism, not just on its victims but also on its perpetrators. Ice Candy Man, for instance, undergoes a chilling transformation for a poetic and charismatic figure to a man consumed by vengeance. His descent reflects the emotional and psychological damage caused by witnessing violence against his community. His justification, quote, when a man sees his sisters being raped, he is no longer human, he is a fiend, unquote, illustrates how grief and rage can erode empathy and fuel cycles of violence. This research draws parallels between Ice Candyman's radicalization and real world cases of individuals whose personal trauma led them to adopt extremist ideologies. By linking this character's psychological unraveling to broader communal dynamics, Sidwal critiques not only partition era violence but also the societal pressures and ideologies that perpetuate such behaviors. Through this paper, we have also reflected on how Sidhwa's use of dialogue as a medium to explore the character's psychological and moral struggles has been pointed out. For instance, Lenny's mother's plea, if we don't do something, who will, highlights the moral dilemmas faced by individuals who were caught in the chaos of partition. On the other hand, Ice Candy Man's chilling statement that God has made men like me to avenge the wrongs done to us reveals how psychological wounds can be manipulated to justify violence. These dialogues not only add depth to the characters but also serve as a critique of the systems which are patriarchy, religion, and politics. This interdisciplinary approach has also allowed us to examine how Ice Candy Man connects to broader historical and sociological contexts by weaving in comparisons to works like Kamleshwar's Partition and Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children. This research situates Saidwa's narrative within the larger body of partition literature. Through this research, we have reflected on how Sidhwa masterfully combines literary storytelling with psychological insights to humanize the staggering voice of partition. In conclusion, I would like to say that this paper has used literary psychoanalysis to explore the themes of gender violence and communalism in Ice Candyman. By integrating trauma theory, historical parallels, and textual analysis, it has highlighted how Sidhwa's work transcends its historical setting to address universal issues of power, oppression, and survival. Aya's silence, Ice Candy Man's descent, and Lenny's attempts to comprehend the chaos around her all contribute to a narrative that is much more about resilience as it is about loss. Ultimately, Ice Candy Man reminds us of the enduring human cost of division and the need to resist the ideologies that enable it. That was my presentation. Thank you so much.
Any question? Any doubt? No. Dr. Pal, next question.
Okay, next presenter is Adul Bharadwaj. Are you online?
Are you here, Abdul Bharadwaj?
Adul Bharadwaj.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Adul, you are not audible.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are. You are. Yes.
Okay, so so okay, sir. Wait. Okay, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so sir, my research is on analysis of alienation and isolation in Dostoevsky's uh, Crime and Punishment. And the topics he touched are how a person suffers throughout the incidents uh, in this novel by him, The Crime and Punishment. So I would like to start by the introduction. There is a character named Fyodor Dostoevsky who is facing some psychological sufferings due to which he does a chain of events which leads to extreme psychological turmoil. So first is about his uh, condition, that is isolation and alienation. Alienation is a state of estrangement from oneself, society, or others, often leading to a sense of powerlessness. It shows how a person feels or goes through when he is shunned away from society, or by some external conditions he is not able to include himself or herself in the society. And the next is isolation. It can be physically, emotionally, or some other kind. And in this, Raskolnikov, the main character of Crime and Punishment, he shows extreme isolation and turmoil, which which is intellectual isolation. Raskolnikov, when goes through things, he starts to believe that this world has no god, or like this type of things he cannot do himself, because nobody is going to do it for him. And in that sequence of events, he commits murder, due to which he falls into the dilemma. So he was thinking like he has to do something because he has no other choice. One thing is, when a person is not in a good financial condition, or anything around him is not ideal for him, or he is not comfortable with it, so it leads to such some kind of desperation that the main character of this book goes through. So in this novel, there is a societal isolation. He is not so much indulged in friends. He does not have any social connections. He lives in an apartment which is isolated, and he has no money. And these are the things that were haunting his mind. And then comes that his own sister is marrying to a person that is not and good person for her. He does not even love, because she just want to uh, secure his her brother's future. So these kinds of incidents happen that lead to the title, The Crime and Punishment. He does crime to run away from the things, to get a relief from that debt he was under. He had to sell everything he had for getting a little bit of comfort, but he could not get away from that psychological, uh, I would say, torment, due to which he, in the end, it leads to his confession for his crimes. And after that, his whole psychology changes, and he realizes what he has done. And this leads to a conclusion that before committing the murder, there was a different Raskolnikov. He thought in a different dimension, but after committing the murder, there was some kind of moral, I would say, conflict. Okay, sir. So, in this novel, we could see existentialism, a bit of nihilism, and the thing that made him made him do the redemption process was his moral responsibility. And okay, sir. This was the journey of Raskolnikov. There are some external influences like his sister and the other person he helped in earlier times. So this leads to that if we are not indulged in the society, we are not around our loved ones, the influence of them leads to a good outcome. If it is not there, it can lead to some actions that are not so ideal that our main character goes through. That was it. That was my time. Thank you, sir.
Next presenter. Now I
Okay, sir. Next presenter is, sir, shall I call the next presenter? Yeah, okay. Okay, the next presenter is Sudesha Das. Are you online?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, am I audible? A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Sudesha Das, a research scholar at the Department of English, Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata. I have a PPT presentation to make. Just give me a few minutes. Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, it is visible. Yeah.
Okay, so the title of my paper is Environment as Nemesis, De-Romanticizing Forests in Select Writings of the Mahabharata. So the title of my paper contains two parts. The first part reads Environment as Nemesis. We are more or less aware of the concept of nemesis, that is a reason of one's downfall, the inescapable agent that inflicts retribution or vengeance. But it is quite interesting to identify environment as nemesis, especially while we are talking about Indian epics like the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. Environment in form of forest appears vastly in the two epics, as we know that a major part of the narrative occurs in forest as the natural habitat and in the lives and during the exiles of the heroes of the respective epics. Ram spends 14 years of exile in the Ramayana, whereas the Pandava heroes spend 12 years in the Mahabharata. Yes. The narrative of the third Parva of the Mahabharata, which is called the Vana Parva or Aranyaka Parva, translated as the Book of the Forest, explores in great detail the lives of the Pandavas in the forest as a place of adventures, occasional habitat, and an institute of great learning for the Pandavas. Now, while we come to the rewritings of the epic written in 20th and 21st centuries, which have featured the female characters as protagonists, thereby taking the narratives to a feminist dimension, forests have been shown as having an inextricable relationship with the female protagonist in those texts. Interestingly enough, the relationship does not always encourage a romanticized portrayal of the forest, where the heroines identify themselves with the natural objects inhabiting forests. Rather, forest becomes an adversary for them. Here, the word de-romanticizing that is used in the title acquires profound significance. The proposed paper attempts to study the de-romanticized portrayal of forest in relation to the respective female protagonist and how it becomes a nemesis for them in two texts. One is, of course, Mahashweta Devi's short story, Kunti and Nishadhin, where Kunti is the protagonist, and the other is Sindhi Sweetie's novel, Arjun Without a Doubt, where we have Draupadi as the protagonist. Kunti and Nishadhin is the second story in Mahashweta Devi's After Kurukshetra, which seems to have rewritten the narrative of Ashram Vasika Parva of the epic, where, long after the war, Kunti accompanies Gandhari and Dhritarashtra to the forest to spend the rest of the life. The story mainly revolves around Kunti's confession to the forest about her misdeeds and subsequent purgation of guilt that primarily concerns her inability to accept Karna as her son in her maidenhood. Very interestingly, Mahashita Devi has created a counter narrative in which Kunti's confessional narrative is challenged by an elderly tribal woman who is referred in this story as Nishadin. A verbal encounter between Kunti and Nishadin takes place at the end of the story, where the tribal woman charges Kunti for not having confessed to the most sinful act she has inadvertently eliminated from the memory. That is, replacing her 5 sons and herself by a tribal woman and her 5 sons in the house of Lak, which was burnt on the night Kunti and Pandavas escaped through the secret tunnel. The narrative unfolds that Nishadin happens to be a widow daughter-in-law of the tribal woman whom Kunti left to be burnt alive. This unforgivable scene leads Kunti to her nemesis, which is played by the forest she is inhabiting now. The Nishadin, being a native, knows how to escape the forest fire, but Kunti, being ignorant of that, is left there to be burnt alive exactly in the same way she did to the tribal woman in the house of Lak. The same thing happens to Draupadi in Sweetie's novel Arjun Without a Doubt. The only difference is that here Arjun brings Draupadi the nemesis instead of herself, and he is quite aware of it. The Adi Parva of the Mahabharata ends with the burning of the Khandava forest by Arjun and Krishna to satiate the hunger of the god of fire. In Sweetie's narrative, the burning of Khandava forest parallels the disrobing of Draupadi in Arjun's eyes. As described by Arjun, the name Khandava reminds him of the kingdom built on curses and screams, and as he knows, sins have to be atoned for in this very birth. Hence, the oppression of Draupadi in the hands of the Kauravas becomes a consequence of the burning of Khandava for Arjun, which is further substantiated by Draupadi's consciousness of what has been wrested from her, quote unquote. So in case of Kunti and Draupadi, forest has been de-romanticized as it plays the hostile role in their lives, culminating in their nemesis. What problematizes the concept of romanticizing environment is the complete contrary portrayal of forest, which has so far been connected with the protagonist in terms of productivity and, to some extent, maternity. Now, these can very well be looked at with an ecofeminist approach. With the emergence of ecofeminism, the idea of nature as a romantic trope has been challenged by a critical approach to the relationship between women and nature. So, environmental sustainability is problematized in these selected tests as women and the... Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As the environment are shown as adversaries, I mean, women and environment, they are shown as adversaries. Vandana Shiva, in her book, Staying Alive, has suggested that women are equivalent to Prakriti or feminine principle as they are both mothers. So women's role in giving birth corresponds to the nature's productivity. So the depiction of the forest in these two texts as nemesis not only destroys the romanticized image of its productivity, but also complicates the idea of environmental sustainability. Thank you so much. These are some works cited. Thank you.
Okay. Any doubts, any queries regarding this paper? Any question? No. Dr. Pal, next presenter.
Okay, sir. Next presenter is Aparna Sharma.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to one and all present. Dr. Vipin Pandey, the chairperson for the session. Dr. Paul, conducting the technical session. I am Aparna Sharma from the Department of English, Government College, Bilaspur, Himachal Pradesh. And I'll be presenting my paper on the topic, various forms of violence in Chipak. Violence is a complex phenomenon. Its complexity relies on its being such a common word that it easily hides its multi-dimensional nature. The dimension of physical violence seems to cover other facets which need need to be discussed and exposed to a comprehensible level for making it feasible to fight against it in an effective way. The over-highlighted dimension of physical violence is easier to be noticed as the perpetrator and the victim involved in physical injury and damage can be identified clearly. The other facets of violence, such as psychological, symbolic, structural, or legal, etc., are comparatively more complex and elusive as the perpetrator is not easily identifiable. The present paper attempts to explore these complex facets of violence by analyzing a controversial cinematic text of recent times titled Chapak. The study of cinematic text is a field within academic studies that is yet to be developed. Though the appeal of cinematic text is huge in comparison to books, yet it could not claim as reputed a place as books could do in the academic domain. The reasons for this can be many and beyond the scope of the present paper. However, it is obvious that out of hundreds of Indian films produced every year, very few can be labeled as socially conscious ones which try to expose, challenge, and modify the status quo. The market value of a film is generally associated with the entertainment it provides rather than its serious intervention in the existing socio-political discourse. The role of marketing and financial risk involved in the production of films cannot be ignored, and the filmmakers are bound to take calculated risk in the making of socially conscious films. Chapak is one of such movies based on the subject of acid attacks, which is one of the latest cinematized concepts in Indian cinema. This fact becomes the motivation for the critical analysis of this film. Methodologically, the critical analysis is based on film theory and also takes insights from feminism and psychoanalysis. The technical aspects of cinematic text, such as camera, angle, shots, lighting, and dialogues, are discussed with their potential to signify a complex zone of different dimensions of violence. From feministic point of view, the paper attempts to put women's struggle and ethical stance in the context of violence. Further, the cinematic codes important from psychoanalytical perspective contribute to the development of the topic and help in the exposition of several forms of violence. I'll be talking about structural violence first. One merit of the film is that it does not give much space to the perpetrator of the acid attack, however, highlights the structure of violence itself. The idea of structural violence is related to the state of things, which makes it difficult for people to work for their well-being because of repression at various levels, such as the repression of freedom in the political case and exploitation of well-being in the economic space. Malti loses a job in a beauty parlor for not being a beautiful girl and thus gets misperceived as unsuitable to make others beautiful. Later, she struggles to find a job because of her being misfit in the common perception. This struggle is indicative of the violence inherent in the normal order of life. All of a sudden, she finds herself out of a status of being a normal human being. Indirectly, it is not simply an observation of a new world around her, but a realization of her being a part of the same structure before the acid attack. The world did not change, it is simply her point of view for the same life that couldn't remain the same. She experiences her own exclusion from the same world she was a part of. She realizes that the structure of life she was living in was never inclusive at the first place. The reasons of acid attack mentioned in the film are related either to women's negation of man's desire to control or possess her body, or high caste people's denial to accept low caste people's rise in academic and professional life. Malti's lawyer generalizes this in her statement in court that acid attack is generally done on those women who either wanted to study or rise in the academic and professional realm. She says, जहां किसी लड़की ने अपने सामाजिक स्तर से ऊपर बढ़ने की कोशिश की, उसे दंडित किया गया. This observation directs attention towards violence done by the order of life enforced by socio-political norms of patriarchy and caste system. The dimension of political repression is hinted in the very beginning of the film, in which the people are shown protesting for justice in the context of Nirbhaya case. The same mob faces police action in the form of lathi charge and the use of water cannons. Similarly, in the case of acid attack victims, political leaders are shown indifferent or reluctant to handle things soberly. People who are shown fighting for justice are also shown grappling with their weak political, economical, and social power. At the social level, very few are seen supporting Malti and Anmol. At the economic level, their struggle to raise funds adds to their problems. At the political level, they are not seen getting much help from the political groups or political readers. The whole structure of violence spread over the plot of this film displays patriarchal social structure, justice delaying political structure, and brutal economic structure as the real perpetrator. Then I'm going to talk about objective violence. The idea of objective violence is developed by Sljok Zizek, who finds it surprising that the death of people in Congo caused by political oppression does not trigger the same public and media reaction as caused by reports of 9/11 victims. This bias of news producers and receivers does make some kind of violence invisible, and for this reason, it is called objective violence. Here, objectivity is analogous to invisibility. In Zizek's words, the death of a West Bank Palestinian child, not to mention an Israeli or an American, is literally worth thousands of times more than the death of a nameless Congolese. This violence existence of namelessness, or in other words, violence inherent in the process of exclusion from the visible space, is also hinted through cinematic codes in Chapak. In the very beginning, the protesting mob is shown demanding justice for rape victims. In the same scene, one man was trying to put a passport-sized photograph of his daughter, an acid attack victim, before the camera covering the protest. The shot is artistic in the sense that it highlights the invisibility of acid attack victims in the collective consciousness. A little photograph of an acid attack victim in front of a big camera signifies the struggle for a little space in the social consciousness. Mr. Anmol, founder of an NGO Chaya working to support acid attack victims, emphasized the same thing in his words. Rape ke aage, acid attack ki kya pooch? The role of media, reporting, and public protest in this case is similar to what Zizek mentioned in his observation on media and public relations on 9/11 victims and Congolese. This namelessness is further highlighted in the context of acid attack, as the film does not firmly reduce all the reasons of these attacks on women and realizes that there are innumerable and unrecognizable reasons. Father of a victim reveals her dying daughter's repeated questions. Aakhir aisa kiya kyun kisi ne? Okay, I'll sum up. Then I've talked about legal violence. After legal violence, there is symbolic violence, then psychological violence. Then I've talked about Malti as an ethical character. I would like to conclude by saying, the film is not only about physical violence in the form of acid attack, but also draws attention to many other facets of violence, such as structural, objective, legal, symbolic, and psychological. On the basis of different perspectives, many other shades of violence can be explored, but the present paper restricts itself to the exploration of those facets which are generally indefinite, unseen, and unclear. At the same time, the central character in the film is not simply read as a victim of different facets of violence. However, her strong character has been discussed in the backdrop of existential ethics. Thank you, sir.
Any question regarding this paper? Any doubt? Any question? Any argument? Dr. Paul, next present.
Hello, sir.
Respected Chair.
Hello. Sir, is there my name, Shakil Ahmed? Yes, sir.
Yeah, your name is there in this schedule. Yeah, right.
Shakil Ahmed, Life, Spirituality and Beyond.
Yeah, your name is here in this special. Yeah.
So, sir, so I would like to present my research paper on.
Hurry up.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Uh, Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to.
Yes, sir. Actually, his number is in the session 1, call number 1. Yeah, is a 6 number.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Shakil Ahmed, research scholar, Veer Kuwar Singh University, Ara, Bihar. My research paper is Life, Spirituality and Beyond in Paulo Coelho's novel The Alchemist. Paulo Coelho's The Alchemist is a story about dreams, self discovery, spiritual growth. This paper explores how Coelho uses Santiago's journey to discuss important ideas about life, the role of spirituality, and the connection between humans and the universe. By focusing on concepts like the personal legend and soul of the world, the novel inspires readers to reflect on their own lives and spiritual paths. The study also connects these ideas to the other philosophical and spiritual works, showing how Paulo's message resonates with modern challenges and timeless truth. The Alchemist is one of the most beloved novels of modern times, translated into over 80 languages and read by millions worldwide. At its heart is the story of Santiago, a shepherd boy who sets out to find treasure but discovers something far greater, his true purpose in life. The novel blends themes of self discovery, spirituality, and universal wisdom, making it irrelevant for readers of all ages and cultures. This paper examines three key aspects of Alchemist: the research of life's purpose, means personal legend, the role of spirituality in guiding us, the deeper universal truth that go beyond the material world. In The Alchemist, life is described as a journey toward fulfilling one's personal legend, which represents a person's unique purpose. Santiago's story shows how important it is to listen to our hearts and follow our dreams, even when the path is difficult. The novel teaches that obstacles are not failures, but lessons that help us grow. For example, Santiago faces challenges such as losing his money and doubting himself, but each experience brings him closer to understanding his true self. This idea echoes the philosophy of Viktor Frankl in Man's Search for Meaning 1946, where Frankl argues that finding purpose is the key to overcoming life's hardship. Through Santiago's journey, Paulo Coelho reminds readers that life is not just about reaching a goal but about embracing the process and learning from it. Spirituality is a central theme in The Alchemist. Paulo Coelho presents spirituality as a universal force that connects all living beings, described as the soul of the world. Santiago learns to trust this connection by paying attention to signs or omens and listening to his heart. This idea aligns with Carl Jung's concept of synchronicity, where meaningful coincidences guide us in life. In the novel, Santiago encounters symbols like the desert, the wind, and the alchemist himself, all of which help him understand his place in the universe. The spiritual message in The Alchemist is simple yet profound. When we follow our dreams with faith, the universe supports us. This resonates with teaching from many spiritual traditions, including Maulana Rumi's poetry, which celebrates the union between human soul and the divine. Maulana Rumi writes in his Masnavi, "What you seek is seeking you," a line that perfectly captures the spirit of Santiago's journey. While The Alchemist is about finding treasure, the real treasure Santiago discovers is not gold, but self awareness and harmony with the universe. The novel uses the metaphor of alchemy, the transformation of lead into gold, to symbolize personal and spiritual transformation. This process mirrors ideas from Eastern philosophies like Buddhism and Vedanta, which teach that true happiness comes from within. Santiago's realization that the treasure lies where your heart is reflects the idea that material success is temporary but spiritual growth is internal. Paulo Coelho also suggests that the journey itself is more important than the destinations. The theme is explored in Tolls The Power of Now, which was published 1997, which emphasizes the importance of living in the present moment and finding joy in the here and now. Relevance to modern life. In today's fast paced and materialistic world, The Alchemist offers a refreshing perspective. It reminds us to slow down, reflect, and reconnect with our inner selves. Santiago's journey inspires readers to trust their institutions, embrace challenges, and stay true to their dreams. The novel's spiritual wisdom is especially relevant in times of uncertainty, offering hope and guidance to those feeling lost or disconnected. By combining universal truth with a simple narrative, Paulo speaks to the human desire for meaning and fulfillment. The Alchemist is more than a novel, it is a guide to living a meaningful and spiritual life. Through Santiago's journey, Paulo Coelho teaches readers to pursue their dreams, trust the universe, and discover the treasure within themselves. The theme of life, spirituality's transformations, explored in the novel and are timeless, offering valuable lessons for anyone seeking purpose and peace. By connecting with both ancient and modern philosophy, The Alchemist continues to inspire readers around the world, proving that greatest journey is the one that leads us back to ourselves. I would like to add one more thing. The great Sufi poet Sadi Sirazi writes in his book इबादत बगैर खिदमत खल के नीस्त तस्बी व सज्जादा व दल के नीस्त without supporting human beings, without helping human beings, your worship is useless. If you help, okay, thanks sir. If you help human beings, you are a good human beings. Thank you very much.
Dr. Paul, next presenter.
Yeah, we hope that this is the last presenter scheduled in the technical session 1, hall number 1. This is the last one, I think so. If there is anyone left for the presentation.
Yes, sir. My name is Pankaj Gupta. I am from technical session 2, hall 1, sir. Pankaj Gupta, my topic is an analysis on the challenges and opportunities associated with key sustainable development goals.
Actually, this is a technical session 1, hall number 1. I think your name is not given in this schedule, I think. This is a session, technical session 1, hall number 1.
Hall 2 will, this session 2 will start at 3, sir. You do appear for technical session.
Okay, sir.
2.
Okay, sir. Thank
Okay,
you,
sir. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Respected Chair, I hope that this was the last presentation for this session.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Professor Sanjay Prasad. Thank you. Good afternoon to all presenters and scholars. I feel honored to be here today for technical session in this conference, which was an enriching discussion on a wide range of contemporary and literary themes. This is comprised of 14 meticulously research papers by scholars from various institutions across. The session has been thought-provoking. An entire presentation was wonderful. The presentation focused on topics such as sustainability, justice, and power and empowerment, reinterpretation of literary classics, eco-masculinity, educational pedagogy, and identity crisis. Some notable highlights include allegory and metaphor as educational tools in concepts. Sustainability themes explored in ancient and modern narrative. Justice for marginalized voices and intersectional empowerment. literary studies on text by Paulo Coelho, Mahesh Dattani, Ruskin Bond, and others. Critical reflections on crime and punishment and eco-literary perspectives. Now I appreciate the efforts of my co-chair, Dr. Paul Jacob, to coordinate this session. Thank you all. This session is over.
Okay, sir. Before winding up the session, I would like to extend a few words of gratitude. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected chair, Dr. Vipin Kumar Pandey, for his invaluable insights and for expertly guiding our discussions today. Your presence has truly elevated this seminar. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Also, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, the conference chairman, for his prompt support and intervention. Thank you, Sanjay sir. Also, I express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all the presenters for sharing your research and expertise with us. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Am I audible? Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? All right. Yes, sir. Shall we begin?
May I ask the co-chair of the technical session 2, Dr. Omila, to please start the session?
Am I audible, sir?
Hello. Sorry for disturbance.
No.
Uh,
Yes, sir.
can I know how many presenters are over here in this session? Chairpersons, please confirm.
Just give me a second, sir. Just a second.
How many presenters are present over here? Kindly confirm.
All right, sir. Give me a second, please. इसको किटू को बुलाओ मम्मी.
कुछ नहीं बोला था मेरी सेकंड में.
Hello.
Yes.
I welcome you all in technical session 2, hall 1. We have respected Dr. Daisy Verma ma'am, who is an associate professor, HP University Shimla, as the chair of this session. Dr. Daisy ma'am is actively involved in research and innovation. She has a teaching experience of more than 20 years in HP University and other allied institutions. And I welcome you here, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Jaswal.
So, with your kind permission, may I start the technical session, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Ye-
please.
Yes, Dr. Raman, only request is that we are rushing, and running short of time. So manage the session. I think 1 hour will be sufficient if you can be little faster.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll rush through the presentations,
Mhm.
and
So
don't worry, sir.
distribute the
We'll wind
time
up by
accordingly.
4.
Wind up
We'll
by.
wind up by 4. Don't worry, sir.
Okay, so that is the only request, and all the presenters are requested to, stick to the crux only instead of going full length presentation. Clear. All papers are, we are honored that you have contributed your intellectual work, but at the end of the day, somewhere we need to manage the time, and for that purpose, my humble request to chair to run the session accordingly. Okay, it's over to you.
So, inviting the first presenter of this technical session. The first presenter is Humaira Ali from Department of English, Jamia Millia Islamia University. And the title of her work is The Mind Under Control, The Dark Influence of AI on Art and Autonomy in Dystopian Literature. So, is she here?
Yes, sir.
Humaira Ali?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Dr.
Please
Raman,
proceed, ma'am.
Dr. Raman,
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jaswal, can you give them the stipulated time for the each
I
presentation?
request, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So request all the paper presenters to please stick to time limit. That is 5 to 7 minutes. Five
Okay,
to
sir.
7 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Humaira Ali from the Department of English at Jamia Millia Islamia. I'm a research scholar there. So the title of my research paper is "The Mind Under Control: The Dark Influence of Artificial Intelligence on Art and Autonomy in Dystopian Literature." So in this digital age, we see how technology has brought about numerous advancements, making the world more interconnected and efficient. But it has also, unfortunately, exposed humans to unprecedented vulnerabilities. The debate around the growth of artificial intelligence has gained significant momentum lately due to the increasing misuse of technology. While technology has undoubtedly transformed every aspect of our lives, it has darker aspects have raised legal, ethical, and societal concerns. The misuse of technology encompasses various domains, including data breaches, cyberbullying, misinformation, propaganda, and malicious use of artificial intelligence. It highlights how our personal and sensitive information is weaponized, resulting in loss of privacy and identity theft. Contemporary dystopian literature serves as a cautionary lens to depict the insidious impact of artificial intelligence on human autonomy, agency, and creativity. So, for my research paper, I have discussed two novels. First is Samit Basu's Chosen Spirits, and second is Lavanya Lakshmi Narayan's Analog Virtual and Other Simulations of Your Future. They both critique how artificial intelligence can hinder personal autonomy, restrict creativity, and can enforce societal norms through commercialization and surveillance. These dystopian narratives explore the philosophical and cultural implications of AI, algorithms that prioritize productivity and control, and suppress free thinking, artistic expression, and human creativity. In Chosen Spirits, it portrays a hyperconnected world governed by surveillance capitalism where digital technologies maintain a political control and cultural uniformity. The narrative criticizes the commodification of personal identities through technology, emphasizing how social media and AI powered systems prioritize visibility over authenticity, therefore reinforcing the power dynamics of a fragmented authoritarian state. In Analog Virtual by Lavanya Lakshmi Narayan, it envisions a corporate driven dystopia where technological immersion is a marker of privilege or elite status, but this very dependence fosters dehumanization and alienation. So, for understanding both these novels, it is important to understanding the conceptual foundations of the work by Shoshana Zuboff. Her
concept, her notion of surveillance capitalism, which she established in her groundbreaking work, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. The economic theory known as surveillance capitalism refers to how human experience is harvested as data, commodified and monetized by tech companies to control individual and society. This system is criticized by Zuboff for undermining privacy, reshaping autonomy, and fostering inequality. The pervasive surveillance systems and algorithmic driven society control and monitor every aspect of our behavior. Zuboff's theory of surveillance capitalism provides a critical framework for dissecting the technological and social structures in dystopian novels. Zuboff posits that surveillance capitalism commodifies human behavior by turning them into data points and alters the nature of relationships as individuals become participants in an economy where every action is a transaction. Social media algorithms favor performative actions over genuine or real ones, which promotes a competitive and superficial culture. It creates a society that craves sensationalism and voyeurism, even if it comes at the cost of personal safety and of individuals. Friendships and partnerships are influenced by digital personas that are designed to fit social norms, mirroring Zuboff's assertion that human interactions reshaped by corporate interests. So, the erosion of autonomy is a central theme in both these novels. The characters are trapped in a cycle where their choices, acts, and behaviors are constantly monitored and measured by systems designed to optimize behavior. Personal freedom is diminished, while individuals still believe they are making decisions. Their choices are guided by invisible hands of algorithms that predict and influence every aspect of their lives. Even the most intimate aspects of existence, such as relationship or personal goals, are controlled by invisible and ubiquitous digital system. What appears to be autonomy is nothing more than a freedom to choose between limited set of options designed by those in power. The loss of true autonomy. These novels depict the loss of true autonomy, the capacity to think and act independently outside the constraints of systems that monitor and track us. These societies carefully manipulate behavior and choice to give us an illusion of freedom. The erosion of autonomy is not about blatant oppression, but about the normalization of control. The individual becomes a puppet in a vast algorithmically controlled system where boundaries of individual expression and personal choice are dictated by external forces. Essentially, these narratives force us to reconsider what true autonomy means in a world increasingly dominated by technological surveillance, questioning whether we are truly free or when our choices are preemptively calculated. The loss of autonomy is a reminder of the dangers of unbridled technological advancements and its capacity to influence not only our behavior but also the core of who we are. Both these novels explore how artificial intelligence, which is ingrained in the authoritarian and capitalist regimes, erodes the very spirit of art and creativity by turning them into data-driven products meant to maximize engagement rather than making us provoke thought or challenge social norms. AI algorithms value conformity and marketability have an impact on art and expression that are traditionally human pursuits that question the status quo. This undermines any kind of original subversive thinking by dictating creative works according to political objectives and commercial needs. The AI generated outputs, though popular, lack depth and unpredictability that comes from human creativity. The process of creating art, once an act of resistance or personal expression, is reduced to a mechanized transaction, reinforcing the status quo rather than challenging it. By prioritizing predictable and marketable content, AI erodes the subversive potential of art that questions social conventions. Human creativity, with its inherent imperfections, emotional depth, and unpredictable nature, is being replaced by monotonous content generated by AI. The novels also criticize the erosion of artistic autonomy as they are made into insignificant parts of AI driven system or completely replaced. The absence of genuine artistic freedom leads to a culture devoid of innovation, resistance, and meaningful dialogue. Yes, sir. Okay. So I think these narratives leave a room for reflection on issues arising today, making us think and opening a room for discussion. And they compel us to ask pressing questions like how might emerging technologies continue to shape the boundaries of human creativity in real world context? Can art and creativity truly thrive in an AI dominated world, or is it inevitably destined to become a mere reflection of
Hello,
algorithmic data?
Humaira.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
It's a request. I think the next presenters, you will be getting only 3 to 4 minutes
Okay, ma'am.
Because we need to wind up. The number of participants are too many in this session, so it's a humble request. Thank you, Mera. It was a very nice presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
The next presenter, please be ready.
Okay, ma'am.
She has already winded up. Okay. The next presenter, please be
Thank you,
ready.
ma'am.
And please take 2 to 3 minutes now, come to the findings and the conclusion and the main crux of the research paper. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here. I am Dr. Madhvi Parashar, and the topic of my presentation is Age and Dreams, an analysis of Bhisham Sahni's The Boss Came to Dinner and Ajay Parashar's Parrot. Time once lost cannot be recalled. This proverb seems to prove quite right in context with old age. One keeps on struggling to make one's life happy throughout life, and in this struggle, one fails to realize the true meaning of existence. When in the evening of life, the faculties of body and mind fail, and others start taking them as burden, the regret seems to come forth. The love, care, understanding, and attachment for the family overpower regret, and life keeps on rolling. So then in society, children are dependent on their parents, and parents take it as their responsibility to take care of all their needs. On the other hand, children are supposed to take care of their parents in their old age, but due to generation gap and the impact of modernization, the priorities of the younger generation differ, and the same parents whom they see as their only guide in childhood are seen as dull-witted and not in time with the times. Not in tune with the times. The younger generation tries to find their own niche in the outer world along with their families, leaving old parents behind. The emerging scenario of old age homes is the evidence of the changing attitude of the people towards life. In this presentation, I have taken two paper focuses on the select stories of Bhisham Sahni and Ajay Parashar. The story we all know about the boss came to dinner portrays the plight of old age. The old woman in the story sacrifices everything to make the future of his son Shamnath, and she has sold her ornaments. She agrees to sue Fulkari for her even in the old age when the faculties of mind are so big, they have become so weak. And one dreams of rosy and comfortable old age amidst the love and affection of the younger members of the family, but dreams can shatter. The base of those dreams is scardy, and if the younger ones fall on the wrong path, only sorrow and frustration remains behind. And the story Parrot by Ajay Parashar delves deep into the problem of the younger generation who falls in the trap of addiction. Harnam Singh and Satnam Kaur in the story is a decent couple without child for so many years, but after praying on each and every altar, however, they get a son, Iqbal Singh, but he falls into addiction. And the crux of the story comes when, or you can say, when Harnam Singh, who Iqbal Singh, who was in need of money, he shoots Harnam Singh. And the predicament of being parents in such circumstances is portrayed adeptly by the writer. How to face a situation where the support of their life is accused of taking their life. This is quite heartbreaking. And if one looks at the attitude of the parents in both the stories, one simply wonders at the way they wish for the welfare of the children and what the younger generation is doing. And coming to the conclusion of the story, and if we look at this, that this is not the question of biogerontology only, it is social gerontology. As Krishnanand in the philosophy or Bhagavad Gita says, quote, our problems do not arise merely from one level of our being. As the homeopaths tell us that the disease is not merely in the physical body, it is the total organic condition, and unless the root of it is dug out, the disease is not cured. If the old people are not treated well, they find themselves useless and helpless to be in tune with time. The lack of emotional support makes them older even before their actual old age. As they live in dark, they do not find anything worthy to live for. Thus, the rich experience of the old age becomes waste. It finds no use in the life of the younger people who do not value this rich and very varied experience. Whereas the deep insight and experience of aged people can benefit everyone concerned and can also help the older people to live a dignified life. The storytelling of the grandmother and the taste of the age-old recipes are the treasures that one cannot find in books. It is through them that any society keeps the root of its culture intact. Thank you. Thank you. This is my presentation. Am I audible?
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed very nice presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'll try to sum up.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The next presenter. Daisy, ma'am.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Kindly call the next presenter.
I. Who's the moderator? Is somebody the moderator?
Yes, ma'am. Some moderator is there, but she is having some personal problem. Immediately, she called us. So I think whole session has to be run by you. We are here
Or
to support you. Vishnuji is there. I can think that if he can do some help.
So if you want my help, then I can extend.
Ramanji, Dr. Raman, kindly call the next one.
Yes, sir.
Please call the next
Uh,
one. And support
okay.
Daisy ma'am or provide me the list. I will help her.
No. We can call the participant. Don't worry.
Call the next.
Thank you, sir. The next presenter with us is Fatima Anjum Khan. She's a student of post graduation at Lovely Professional University, Punjab, and her topic is racism, culture, and religion: a study of a passage to India by P.M. Foster. Fatima
Hello.
Anjum, there?
Yes, I am audible.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible. Please.
Okay. So my presentation PPT is shown or not? Hello.
No.
Yes, please. You can share your screen. Yes, it's
Right.
visible.
Now it is visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatima Anjum Khan, pursuing Masters in English from Lovely Professional University. And my topic is Races, Culture and Religion, a study of passage to India by A.M. Foster. And about introduction, in a passage to India by E.M. Foster, it critiques colonialism during the British Raj, highlights the racial prejudices, cultural misunderstanding, and religious tensions between British colonizers and Indian natives. It also focuses on races, cultural divides, and religion. And this is all about the introduction. Now, the racism in a passage to India. It depicts on two levels like institutionalized races seen in British colonial rule, embodied by characters like Roni Hilsuk, Mesa Calendar, and symbolized by the colonial club's exclusionary practices. And also the personal prejudices illustrated by Adela Quisted, false accusation against Dr. Aziz, driven by fear and colonial biases. Foster also critiques how racism dehumanizes both sides, characterizes Mrs. Murray, which with her empathy contrasts the moral corruption of imperialism, showing that racism harms both the oppressor and the oppressed. And now about the cultural misunderstanding. The British failure to grasp India's diversity is symbolized by the Maravar caves, which disorient outsiders like Adela Quisted. And Dr. Aziz attempts to bridge the divide like hosting a picnic and our meeting with suspicion, revealing the deep-rooted prejudices that hinder relationships. Cyril Fielding sincerely efforts to cross-cultural understanding of a hope, but also reveals the limitations of such connections amid mistrust and division. And now about the religion and as division and unity. And there are three religions depicted in the novel. First is Islam. Through Dr. Aziz, it emphasizes community, but through struggle to maintain unity in a fragmented colonial society. Second, Hinduism. The festival of Krishna's birth symbolizes inclusivity and harmony, contrasting with the rigidity of other faiths. And third, Christianity. Embodied by the British, it is depicted as the tool of imperial domination, exposing colonialism as moral contradiction. Foster also highlights the religion's unifying potential through Mrs. Murray, spiritual transformation, promoting empathy and universal human connections, suggesting that a true spirituality embraces diversity and coexistence. Now, the Maravar caves, it symbolizes ambiguity and alienation. Their disoriented echoes reflect the collapse of meaning and the British inability to comprehend India's complexity. Second, about the personal crisis for Mrs. Adela, the caves trigger fear and reveal the limits of Western rationality for Mrs. Murray. They cause spiritual disillusionment, shaking her worldview. And third, cultural conflict. The incident between Aziz and Adela highlights the fragility of cross cultural relationships worsened by the systematic racism and deep misunderstanding. The cave also embodied the novel central theme of confusion, alienation, and cultural divide, and about the colonial interaction in a passage to India. There are two aspects. The first is colonizers, and the second is colonized. About colonizers, the British are depicted as the arrogant and superior, with exceptions like Fielding, Adela, and Mrs. Murray, who try to bridge cultural gaps but are hindered by misunderstanding and societal barriers. And about yes, sir. And about the conclusion, E.M. Foster Passage to India critic imperialism by exploring theme of racism, cultural misunderstanding, and religious dynamics. In colonial India, the novel show how systematic racism and cultural arrogance create division, while spirituality and empathy offer a potential bridge to true understanding remain elusive. Thank you, sir. That's all from
Thank
my
you.
presentation.
Thank you, Fatima. Uh, the next presenter we have with us is Dr. Vipin Raj, who is a researcher at Sardar Patel University, Balghat, Madhya Pradesh. And the topic of his presentation is Caste, Religion, and Politics as Barriers to Sustainable Development, a critical examination of Arvind Adiga's novels in the context of global sustainable goals. Dr. Vipin Raj. Dr. Vipin Raj, I feel he's not here. The next presenter, if I call, is Dr. Who is a research scholar at Department of Art and Humanities, LPU, Punjab. And the topic is Exploring Environmental Ethics, Human Responsibility and Moral Dilemmas in Barbara King's Lovers, Representation of Nature. Monia.
Yeah, sir. I'm audible, sir?
Yes, please. You're audible.
Uh,
Please
okay, sir.
proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monia, research scholar at LPU University, Punjab. My topic
Monia,
is
please switch on your
exploring
camera.
environmental. Yes, sir.
Please switch on your camera.
Okay, sir. Okay. My topic exploring environmental ethics, human responsibility, and moral dilemmas in Barbara Kingsolver's representation of nature. Introduction. Kingsolver is known as for blending environmental concerns with human stories. Her novels explore themes such as climate change, ecological interdependence, and environmental degradation. My key novels is Flight Behavior, Prodigal Summer, The Poisonwood Bible. In Flight Behavior, Delirobia Turnbow, or a rural woman in Appalachia, stumbles upon a valley filled with monarch butterflies whose migration has been disturbed by global warming. These displaced butterflies symbolize the environmental impact of global warming, reflecting the broader of discussion in nature's patterns. Delirobia's awaking mirrors for her own unfilled life, paralleling humanities and disconnect from nature. The novel critiques social denial of climate change, especially through the character of Ovid Buran and climate scientist. Flight behavior urges readers to address climate change and understand its deep social and passionate implications. Second Kinol's Prodigal Summer, set in the southern Appalachian, Prodigal Summer intertwines three stories that highlight the interconnections between people and nature. In ecological wisdom, Dana's Wolf, a wildlife biologist, emphasizes the need for ecological balance and sustainable practice. The novel shows how all life forms are connected, with each species playing a role in maintaining ecological balance. King Solvers promotes a harmonious relationship with nature, urging readers to adopt sustainable practices that support biodiversity and ecological balance. In the Puzzlewood Bible, colonialism, culture, arrogance, and environmental degradation. The Price family missionaries in the Congo faces disasters consequences behind the Parthians. Northern imposes Western agriculture practice on the indigenous population. Northern Price attempts to force Western deals onto the Congo's ecosystem represent the environmental and cultural harms caused by colonialism. King Solver critiques Western greed and resource exaggeration, linking it to environmental destruction and inequality. He believed he could bend nature to his will, but nature doesn't bend its will, illustrate the failure of imposing foreign agriculture and practice of ecosystem. Nature as a moral force in King Solver's work. In King Solver's work, nature is not a passive backdrop but a scientific force to react to human reactions. Literature as a tool for environmental conscious. Barbara Kingsolver uses literature to explore complex environmental issues, highlight the interconnection of human and nature. Kingsolver advocates more responsible and emphatic relationship with nature, urging readers to consider the moral and ecological implications. The main theme of this paper, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, focuses on promoting environmental ethics and fostering a sustainable existence between humans and nature. It emphasizes themes that resonate with several key SDGs, as particularly like SDG 13 climate action. This paper highlights the urgent need to address climate change as a reflect in King Solver's flight behavior. It discusses the ecological disruption caused by global warming and calls for individual and collective responsibility to mitigate its impact. Again, SDG 15 Life on Land. Thorough work of like Prodigal Summer and the Poisonwood Bible, King Slower underscores the importance of biodiversity, sustainable land use, and the preservation of ecosystem. Like SDG 12 Responsible Consumption and Production, King Solver's critique of exploitative practice in aggravated industrialization and resource use reflect the goal of sustainable resource management and the minimization
Kindly,
of
kindly
environmental.
wind up, please. It honor the time.
Okay, sir. Okay. In some, the paper
Just in
advocates
30
for
seconds.
slavery.
30 seconds.
Okay, sir. There is literature to promote a deeper connect with the nature, ethical accountability, and sustainable consistent. It highlights King Solver's contribution as a blueprint for aligning cultural narratives with the SDGs, particularly those addressing climate, ecosystem, and education and sustainability. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Monia. Uh, the next presenter we have with us is Mrs. Anudeep Kaur Bedi, who is a research scholar in Lovely Professional University. And the topic of her presentation is exploration of the intersection of technology, nature, and human experiences in relation to environmental sustainability through Richard Powers' novels. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Daisy. Good afternoon, Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey. Good afternoon, Dr. Raman, and all the distinguished researchers. My name is Anudeep Kaur Bedi from W. Professor University. The title of the paper is Exploration of the Intersection of Technology, Nature, and Human Experiences in Relation to the Environmental Sustainability through Richard Powers novels. So the Richard Powers novels always portray the interconnectedness of technology and the natural elements and the impact on the environmental sustainability. So the key findings of the paper is the interconnectedness of the human and nature system. There is an intricate relationship between the human and the natural world, emphasizing that the human actions have consequences on the environment. Second point is importance of preserving the natural habitat. Power emphasizes that there is a need to protect and preserve the natural habitats. There is a need for holistic approach to the environmental sustainability, there is an importance of storytelling and narrative in the environmental education, and further highlights the need for compelling and engaging the stories to inspire the environmental action. So the call for an action is first is individual actions. Inspire the readers to take individual actions to protect the environment by reducing the carbon footprint, supporting the sustainable projects, and advocating for the environmental policies. Second, the main step can be community engagement. The emphasis, the importance of the community involvement in the environmental conservation, demonstrating how collective actions can create a significant impact on the protecting our planet Earth. And what about the future generation? The need of an hour is to think about the future of our planet and the legacy we can leave for the future generations. So the connecting the environmental concepts to the real world issues and encouraging the individuals to develop the practical solution, that would be the better call for an action. Thank you so much. Thanks for giving an opportunity to present the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ask the next presenter to come and present his paper. He's Vishnu Gogoiji, who is an assistant professor of English, Assam Kaziranga University, Jorhat, Assam. The topic of his presentation is Feminine Agency and Political Evolution in Nadine Gordimer's My Son's Story. Over to you, sir. Vishnu, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson. My name is Vishnu Gogoi. I'm also a research scholar at Lovely Professional University. And today I'll be discussing feminine agency and political evolution in Nadine Gordimer's novel, My Son's Story. And all of you know that Nadine Gordimer, the first South African Nobel laureate in literature, is celebrated for her incisive depictions of apartheid's racial and political oppression. Her 10th novel, My Son's Story, expands this focus to address gender dynamics amidst a nation's struggle for liberation. Critics often argue that Gordimer's primary emphasis on racial struggles leaves feminist concerns secondary. However, this particular novel disrupts that notion as it portrays the transformative journeys of its female characters, reflecting their resilience and agency within both personal and political realms. And if I talk about this particular novel, if I talk about the overview, the novel centers around Sonny, a colored school teacher turned revolutionary under the African National Congress. His dedication to the cause results in professional and personal sacrifices, including his dismissal from government service, 2-year imprisonment, and estrangement from his family. Amid this turmoil, Sonny engages in an extramarital affair with Hannah, a white human rights activist. This relationship exacerbates the fragmentation of his personal life and compromises his political integrity. In contrast, the novel also traces the evolution of Ayla, Sonny's wife, and Baby, their daughter. Once they are confined to the domestic spheres, these characters, they gradually assume active roles in the anti-apartheid struggle, symbolizing the rise of feminine agency. Hannah, too, is portrayed as a figure of strength and independence, though her journey diverges from Sonny's trajectory. If I talk about, initially, there's this novel or the transformation from passivity to activism as a passive figure, especially the female characters. Elia's journey is emblematic of feminine resilience. Her decision to evade bail following her arrest signifies a racial departure from her earlier subservient role. By embracing activism, Ayla asserts her independence and challenges the patriarchal norms that relegated her to the background. Her transformation underscores Gordimer's nuanced portrayal of women as agents of change in both political and the personal arena. And This particular story also situates its feminist themes within the broader context of South Africa's liberation movement. Godimer's portrayal of these female characters, they challenges conventional gender roles, illustrating how women's agency can disrupt patriarchal hierarchies. Their resilience and transformative journeys mirror the larger struggle for equality and justice, emphasizing the interplay between personal and emancipation of political evolution. If I conclude, I mean to say that in this particular novel, My Son's Story, Nadine Godimer masterfully intertwines gender and politics, shedding light on the often overlooked contributions of women in revolutionary context. Suppose, like if I take the example of Isla's activism, Baby's determination, and Hannah's independence, collectively dismantle the patriarchal structures that dominate both personal and political spheres. As the main characters on its relevance wanes, the ascendancy of these female characters underscores the resilience and transformative power of women, making the novel a compelling exploration of feminine agency within the historical framework of apartheid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vishnuji. Okay. The next presenter we have is Miss Bhumika. Miss Bhumika is an assistant professor, Department of Computer Sciences. Yes. The Technological Institute of Textile and Sciences, Bhiwani, Haryana. And the topic of her presentation is a review, cybercrime, digital arrest of elderly people. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon, Dr. Daisy Verma and Dr. Amila. And hello to all the researchers and all the team members of the this conference. I am Bhumika, Assistant Professor in Department of Computer Engineering from the Technological Institute of Textile and Sciences, Bhiwani. I am going to present my paper on cybercrime, digital arrest, which is the latest trend of cybercrime and which is emerging a lot in this new era. It is basically a cybercrime activity, which is an illegal process where criminals adopt a dishonest strategy known as digital arrest. When they pretend to have the power to arrest someone using digital means, frequently using phone conversations or using online contact like WhatsApp and Skype. Victims are frequently accused of a variety of crimes, including money laundering, cybercrime, and drug trafficking. Other frauds such as rape, kidnapping, and accidents might be utilized to trap the victims in legal proceedings. Next, let's say the how most schools are placed in this regard. Government noted that most of the legal calls were made via voice over internet protocol technology and by using the messaging applications like WhatsApp and video calls and Skype also. This makes call tracking more difficult because it takes a lot of effort and time to get data from these systems, which frequently have servers located outside of India too. Police response times are hampered by the increasing number of cybercrimes, and by the time information is obtained, the money has frequently been transferred into another accounts or turned into cryptocurrencies. And next is modus operandi used by fraudsters. Versus they make initial contact with the victim and then they pretend to be present from the unusual places like they are sitting and talking from airport, court, or police station. And next they try to pose themselves uh, like they themselves as real judges, attorneys, or police officials from social media to serve as their display image during calls. And at last step, criminals send deceptive arrest warrants or it may be court notification or official looking documents to the victim where victims get afraid of it. And where are the cyber criminals operation center? According to former IPS and cyber crimes from India, there are three areas which are used by the frauds. Fake call centers are present in India, Pakistan, and an area in South Asia that includes Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos. And my main focus of this paper is digital arrest of elder people. The number of elderly people or older people falling victim to digital arrest scheme is rising because they lack internet knowledge and they have fear of illegal issues. Elderly individuals have recently become the primary target of cyber crimes because of certain reasons like they have lack of knowledge, fear and panic because they are afraid of being arrested. Next, it can be social stigma where victims are pushed to seek prompt settlements because of concern for their reputation and effects on family members. And there is sense of urgency too. Scammers put too much pressure to the victims to make decisions right away, which keeps them from talking to others or checking the claims. There are many and recent examples where 70-year-old, where 90-year-old, where 85 years old people they are scammed on the basis of drug packets. One case is there where a 90-year-old man in Surat lost rupees 1 crore in the case that he was called and said told that drugs were discovered in the packets sent from Mumbai to Chennai under his name. So the cases are similar and rising it above the threshold. There are some government guidelines to citizens regarding this increasing cyber arrest crime. Government emphasized that sooner you recognize a fraud and report it, the better the chances of recovering the lost funds are there. Moreover, fraudsters are always coming up with new techniques and increasing public knowledge essential to preventing these crimes. The government clearly tells that there is no valid official employee ever took place by a video call or the internet. Prime Minister Modi, in his monthly Man Ki Baat, he also encouraged people to follow the strategy of stop, think, and take action in this regard. If someone gets these type of call, please use this technique: stop, think, and take action without taking any step to the scammers. He also stated some of the protective steps like refrain from disclosing private information, do not send money to someone who threatens you, and inform the cyber crime agencies as soon as possible or the local police about the incident. And the helpline 1930 is also created by the Uttar Pradesh government. It is
Sorry to
centralized
interrupt,
number
ma'am.
1930.
If you could please
Yes,
wind
yes.
up in 30 more seconds.
Yes, yes, ma'am. This is the last point that this 1930 helpline created by Uttar Pradesh. And there is a website also, cybercrime.gov.in, that is provided by government. And I conclude that this is those who making video calls are not police, CBI, and custom official or judges, and just be aware of digital arrest. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity also.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter we have with us is Miss Aliza Sheikh. She is a research scholar at Department of English, MCB University, Madhya Pradesh. Miss Aliza Sheikh, are you there, ma'am? No. The next Aliza. The next presenter we have with us is Dr. Neethu Mary Tommy. Dr. Neethu Mary Tommy, who is an assistant professor at St. Aloysius College, Kerala.
Pause लगी उसकी खाने की
Bhumika,
ना
please
ना
mute yourself. Yes, ma'am.
ये तो बंद हो गया था
Dr. Neethu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chair, Co-Chair, and other dear presenters. I am Dr. Neethu Mary Tommy from the Department of English, St. Aloysius College, Edatua, LFP. I am trying to present the screen.
आपको किया है
Is my screen visible?
क्या रूट हो गया क्या
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Your screen is visible.
Okay.
Sanjay sir, please mute Bhumika.
This paper explores the multifaceted representation of aging in post-2010 Malayalam cinema, examining how these cinematic portrayals intersect with broader societal discourses and cultural narratives. Through a rigorous analysis of key films, including Jananam 1947, Pranayam Tudurunnu, and Home, the paper explores the recurring themes, characters, and narrative structures that characterize the representation of aging in the cinematic landscape. The films under consideration present a departure from the traditional cinematic trope of the elderly as either wise, benevolent figures or comical, doddering caricatures. Instead, they offer complex and multifaceted portrayals of older individuals who are active agents in shaping their own destinies. These films challenge the notion of aging as a period of decline and despair, highlighting the resilience, agency, and continued relevance of older adults. Jananam 1947, Pranayam Tudurunnu, raises profound questions about the treatment of Kerala's senior citizens. The film posits that the current generation may be diminishing the autonomy of the elderly, limiting their ability to determine their own lifestyle choices. It suggests that as society prioritizes rapid progress, the needs and desires of senior citizens may be overlooked, leading to marginalization. The film further questions whether existing systems adequately protect the well-being of the elderly while preventing their social isolation. The next point is regarding the Malayalam film Home, which portrays the complexities of a middle-class family grappling with the challenges of aging and the digital revolution. Centering on Oliver Twist, a former video cassette shop owner, and his family, the film explores the societal upheaval caused by the shift to online modes of living. The narrative highlights the impact of this change on the elderly and the less tech-savvy individuals. The narrative is particularly focused on the character of Oliver Twist, a middle-aged man struggling to bridge the generational gap with his tech-savvy sons, Anthony and Charles. Oliver's earnest attempts to connect with his children within the digital realm highlight the challenges faced by older individuals in adapting to rapid technological change. The COVID-19 pandemic increased the reliance on electronic gadgets, forcing a shift to digital platforms for everyday tasks, creating challenges especially for the older generation. So this film underscores the importance of understanding and respecting the elderly who have been thrust into a rapidly changing technological landscape, struggling to adapt to the new norm of digital payments and online transactions. So to conclude, I must say that the films under consideration subvert traditional representations of older adults as passive, dependent, or comical figures. Instead, they present them as active agents shaping their own destinies. By foregrounding the complexities of intergenerational relationships, memory, and the impact of technological advancements, these films invite us to reconsider our understanding of aging as a multifaceted and dynamic process. By engaging with these cinematic texts, we can foster a more empathetic and inclusive society that values the contributions and experiences of older adults. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter we have among us is Ms. Sanita Kumari, who is a research scholar in the Department of English, Central University of Jammu. Okay, she might not be here. The last presenter we have in this technical session is Mr. Pankaj Gupta, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Zoology, Government College, Karsok District, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh.
Thank you, sir.
Pankaj, sir, over to you.
I am sharing my screen, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Is the slide show visible, sir?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir. Please.
Thank you. Very good evening to all. I'm thanking all the collaborators, all the organizers, respected chair, respected moderator, for providing me opportunity to talk about my research paper in this conference. The topic of my research paper is an analysis of challenges and opportunities associated with the key sustainable development goals related to biodiversity and environmental conservation. As all are aware about sustainable development is a guiding principle that focus on sustaining natural resources and the world ecosystem in line with human development. There are several sustainable goals. These are 17 in number, and these are adopted after Million Development Goals in 2015. There are about 169 target, as all we know. The SDGs are interconnected and integrated, which is an important for realizing the goal purpose. The SDGs for biodiversity conservation. Biodiversity conservation refer to the protection, upliftment, and management of biodiversity to drive sustainable benefits for present and future generation. However, sustainable development and biodiversity conservation both are the same side of the coin. There are two main SDGs which are associated with the biological conservation. One is goal number 15, which is life on land, and another is goal number 14, which is life below water. Both the goals I have taken. For the present research paper, my methodology include the present study is mainly based on the secondary data from research papers, data published in website, and policy papers. The objective of the study was to find out the status of SDGs 15, 14 for biodiversity conservation and its target and achievers in India, to find out the relevant global challenges in front of these SDGs, to find out the opportunities in the worldwide arena to meet these SDGs through global action, and last, to find out the important global strategies for biodiversity conservation. So I have concluded, I have observed in this research paper that Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Statistics and program implementation, along with Niti Aayog, is behind the whole action plan in India. These action plans include SDG India Index, which is formed by the Niti Aayog. Under this Niti Aayog, the status of SDGs 14, which include the preservation of all the life underwater, it is going well. There are many schemes which are undergoing in whole of the nation. As far as the Sustainable Development Goal 15 in concern, we are ranked round about 90 as far as the status is concerned globally. And however, there are few these states which are doing well, but all the states are not doing it well. So we need a collective action. Observation and discussion further include that few progresses has been made in different SDGs, like we have like the no poverty, good health and well-being, and others. But as far as these SDGs 14 and 15, we are lagging behind to achieve the projected targets. The relevant global challenges for achieving SDGs include political instability, which I have included in my paper, biodiversity loss, pollution, climate change, natural resource depletion, deforestation, population growth and urbanization, lack of international collaborations, supporting for developing countries to move towards more sustainable consumption patterns, and lack of funds. So these are some of the global challenges. As far as the specific challenges of these goals include the marine pollution, ocean acidification. In marine pollution, basically, I'm talking about the microplastic pollution. Overfishing is also a major challenge as far as the SDG 14 is concerned. The SDGs 15, the main challenges include deforestation, habitat loss, biodiversity loss, wildlife crime, and the conservation action that can reverse extinction risk of some of the important key species. Opportunities include a lot: the partnership between public and private sectors, global education and awareness about sustainable development and biodiversity conservation, responsible consumption and production, and so on, which are listed in this slide. The other opportunities include bringing nature back to agriculture land, that is organic farming, say no to chemical pesticide, weedicide, or fertilizer, strengthening the legal framework for nature restoration, increasing the quality of forest and improving the health and resilience, decarbonizing the energy system, restoring the good environmental status of marine ecosystem, restoring freshwater ecosystem, and greening urban and peri-urban areas. The strategies for biodiversity conservations are also listed in this slide, which you can see. Some of the major challenges for sustainable development and biodiversity conservations include increase in global protective areas, sustainable consumption and production. Sustainable tourism is also an important part. Effective mechanism to analyze global biodiversity data is very important. To curb global environmental pollution is a major threat, which is a major threat for these achieving these two goals. To combat irrational use of natural resources is also very important. At last, I want to conclude that the conserving biodiversity is one of the most potent lever to achieve sustainability. The SDGs are a call to action to all the countries to promote prosperity while protecting the planet. The Sustainable Development Goals, especially the goal number 14 and 15, are dedicated for the conservation and sustainable use of marine and terrestrial ecosystem respectively. Biodiversity is being lost due to the loss of habitat, overexploitation of resources, climate change, pollution, invasive exotic species, disease, hunting. Since it provides us with the several economic and ethical benefits and add aesthetic value, it is important to conserve this biodiversity. Cross-sectional efforts for biodiversity conservation should be included in broad policy framework. At last, I want to conclude that the protecting and restoring biodiversity is only way to preserve the quality and continuity of the human life on Earth. The commitment proposed is a strategy pave the way to ambitious and necessary changes, the changes that can ensure the well-being and economic prosperity of the present and future generation in a healthy environment. Thank you, sir. These are the research papers which I have consulted, and at last, I am concluding my presentation, sir.
Very well done, sir. So this was the last presentation we have in this technical session 2, hall 1. Do we have anyone who has failed to present his or her paper in this technical session so that we may give him or her a chance? No. So may I request the worthy chair of this technical session, Dr. Daisy Verma ma'am, who is an associate professor in the Department of English, HP University, Shimla, to kindly come and give her views about different presenters.
Yes, Dr. Jaswal, I know that due to the paucity of time, I'll cut it short. First and foremost, a huge kudos to you, sir, and your team. Such a brilliant, wonderful, serene Sunday afternoon. Thank you so much. As far as the papers are concerned, it was an absolute intellectual feast. And I congratulate all the presenters, Humaira, Dr. Madhavi, Fatima, Vipin sir, Miss Munya, Bhumika ma'am, Neetu Meritami, Anita ma'am, and Pankaj sir. If any of the participants wants to ask a question, can we take a question or two, Dr. Jaswal?
Yes, yes, ma'am. We do have some minutes. Yes, we can have.
So I'm giving
Yes.
my time to the participants, please, if they want to ask.
Okay. Any questions from the participants?
Okay, so looks we can call it a day. Yes, Dr. Jaswal?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And a big thank you to you again, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. All right, sir.
So here we are done with the technical session 2. I request the moderator of the valedictory session to please proceed.
Okay.
Thank you all for the wonderful presentations here. We now move on to the valedictory session. I request all the chairs and the co-chairs to please join this session. I believe all the co-chairs have been informed to make their chairs join this session, as we'll be starting firstly with the feedback session.
May I request the moderator to please wait for say 5 minutes so that the co-chairs, chairs, and other participants may join since they are done with their
Surely,
presentation
sir,
and
surely.
so we can have a break of 5 minutes and we'll reassemble and we'll start the valedictory session. In the meanwhile, may I ask the chairs to please select their best papers of their respective sessions because the same will be announced during the valedictory session at 4:40, 4:30.
4:30. Ah.
Best papers will be announced, sir. First, we'll be having this feedback session, and
The
after that,
feedback session would be followed by the announcement of the best paper presenters, which should be announced by the chairs of their respective sessions. And if the chairs are not present, the co-chair has to take that responsibility. I hope every co-chair has been informed.
Chair and co-chair, but they are.
Ma'am, I'm Durga Rao. From each session, one or two, ma'am? Best presenters? Best presentations, one or two?
Surely, sir, we'll be doing that in a moment. It will
He's asking one paper or two papers?
one, sir, one.
One or two?
One.
One.
Okay, thank you.
For every session, there has to be one paper which will be titled as the best paper presented.
ये आपने फिर वो कर दिया यहाँ से दबाव इसको दोबारा
Namaskar, ma'am.
Namaskar, Dr. Sanjay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, it's my
In such a
pleasure.
short notice, you joined, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Sudhir, are you around? Dr. Sudhir?
He'll be here in a moment, sir.
Okay, Shivangi, ma'am. I have shared the short bio note of our chief guest of the day, or rather this valedictory session, Dr. Rekha Bharadwaj, with you.
Yes, sir.
So you can check your mobile phone. I have shared it with Dr. Sudhir and with you as well. So I hope you have received this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
So we'll be giving just 2 minutes for all the chairs and the co-chairs to join.
Right.
And then we'll formally begin with the feedback and the valedictory session.
Right. And really grateful, Rekha ma'am. Means nobody will join such a short notice. Thank you so much for joining.
No, I have joined because for your sake.
No, ma'am, it's okay. Thank you, ma'am.
No,
Thank you.
thank you. It's
So
my
we are
pleasure.
waiting for the chairs and co-chairs to join. In between, I would like to welcome Pedada Durga sir, who is here, professor in the Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. So, Rekha ma'am, Dr. Pedada Durga sir had also chaired one session in this third international conference. So welcome, sir, and thanks for joining this particular session.
Thank you.
And not only you, I would definitely welcome each and every participant, chair and co-chair, everyone to this particular session. And definitely our hostess will welcome each one of you. And yes, the formal welcome. And maybe our convener and the organizing secretary will be proposing the vote of thanks at the end. So over to you, Shivangi, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I think I've received Dr. Bharadwaj's bio note, and I would like to welcome you, ma'am, and
Thank
thank
you,
you for joining
Shivangi.
us.
God bless you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And since I must believe that you'll be adding more feathers to your cap, but allow me to read a short bio note of yours.
Already you are having caps and caps, feathers. I'm just nothing much to say.
Okay. Dr. Rekha Kalia Bharadwaj is a renowned academician and administrator with an illustrious career spanning 46 years, including 23 years in leadership roles such as registrar, principal, and a director. She holds a PhD in English with specialization in the spiritual dimensions of Virginia Woolf's novels, grounded in psychology, metaphysics, mysticism, and aesthetics. Her key areas of interest include women empowerment, value based education, and communication skills. She has held esteemed positions such as Registrar of DAB University, Principals of Hans Raj Mahila Mahavidyalaya, and Director of Lalpur Khalsa College, among others. She has been an expert in the UGC committee and a member of NAC Assessor. As an invited keynote speaker and resource person, Dr. Bharadwaj has delivered over 200 lectures at institutions across India and abroad. Her accolades include the Best Principal Award, Powerful Women Award, and numerous honors from education institutions and NGOs. Could we please have a huge round of applause for ma'am?
Thank you.
Ma'am, we would really like if you could say a few words for us and enlighten us with your thoughts.
Now, firstly, I would like to congratulate Dr. Sanjay and his all active, effective, and meaningful team who invariably take this venture of organizing these kind of seminars or workshops. Personally, I feel these are for the youngsters or the academicians to broaden their mental horizons. Because I was surprised, I was happy to read whenever he showed me his brochure, that so intelligent people he's calling, and these are beneficial from all point of view. Many times I'm remembering here four lines of Thomas Gray. I mean, don't take it otherwise. Being literary person, try to get that hidden meaning of that. Full many a gem of purest ray serene, the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen and waste his fragrance on the desert air. Here I mean waste his fragrance means sometimes these people remain unnoticed. Sometimes these people remain, we can say, we do not know about them. So, in order to explore, in order to blossom their hidden talents, Dr. Sanjay is taking this venture, this initiative. All the best. May God bless all of you and keep on achieving more heights, and glories in your life. May God bless all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for joining in such a short notice. And we are happy to receive your blessings at this
Thank
hour
you.
of concluding session of this international conference on sustainable global goals and Gnoseological linkages. And we are really lucky to have such senior people having their hand on our head and hand holding us to march forward. I know that I have been reported.
Allow me, Sudhir sir, to introduce you to ma'am. Ma'am, this is my best friend, Sudhir Narayan Singh, Head Department of English at Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, and the convener of this third international conference, ELLC 2024. And he is a gem of a person, scholarly person, and you can ask him to speak on any topic. Yes, of course, he can speak for hours. So
It's your
his
greatness.
introduction was really very, very important, and he is the one who is taking care of each and everything. And the person who was with me there was again my best friend, or rather, I would say I am his best friend. Dr. Sudhir is my best friend, and I'm his best friend. Raman sir's best friend, Raman Jaswal sir. Uh, he is the professor in Girls Degree College, Lala Jagat Narayan Girls Degree College. It's a government college in Una, ma'am. So he is the organizing secretary of this third international conference. And this conference is organized by the Achievers Foundation um in collaboration with Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology and Government Girls Degree College, Una, and also NDLI Club, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. Now over to you, Dr. Sudhir, because ma'am joined in such a short notice. Maybe she was not acquainted with all such things. So a brief introduction was really important. Rather, you can introduce yourself as well to ma'am. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Pandeji and Raman Jaswalji. Ma'am, if we talk in terms of literary metaphor, because as it sprouted out of your mouth like anything from the poetic bits, and we are lucky that poetry people are little bit considered as different thinkers. They have different bent of mind. Normally, it is said that there is a brain wiring theory that tells that, you know, women are having blessed with the different brain wiring. That's why they are multitasking. So, you really proved that at the time you are in a certain different, confidential
Oh,
forum.
thank you very much. Give me some more time next for next, then I will show.
Sure.
Then I will show. It was
Yeah.
just.
Yeah, we were known that you are on the government confidential duty and very serious duty. But
Yeah, now yesterday night I came back. I was
yeah,
in Bombay for NAC. Yes.
yeah, wonderful. Being NAC SSC, you have been traveling to Bombay and all that, but you spare your time. So, how this idea of this third conference, this journey, third step in the milestone came? Similarly, you can acknowledge in your terms that modern day 21st century three academic idiots, they assembled together in the lap of Himalayas, me, Raman Jaswalji, and Sanjay Prasad Pandey in Una.
Now, would you take me as a super idiot?
No, no.
So,
as the person who nurtures and
but
trying to.
there is very thin line between the genius and the dash dash dash. Huh?
Great one.
And
So,
Pope as aptly said.
yeah.
In
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
so I will take your leave within 2 minutes and giving you all the best wishes, because right now I am sitting at some place. My
Yeah.
sister's not keeping good health, so I'm just in some other room. So after 2 minutes, but next time definitely I will have. I would like to be with
Over to
you
you.
for the whole session.
Yeah. Stage is all yours, ma'am, for as you wish, as long. Okay, we are listening. Love to listen.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, ma'am, carry on, please. We had the blessings of our chief guest of this valedictory session, Professor Rekha Bhardwaj, holding the chair of principal in a very renowned college and a group of colleges, I think, if I am not mistaken. And then we are on the second stage of this valedictory, where a forum is open to all the participants who wish to share anything, uh, their experiences, our shortfalls, our lackings. What do we do they want to share with us? Now we are open, and it's time for organizers to listen. So we will listen for next 10 minutes, and forum will be open for 10 to 15 minutes. So any participant, any presenter who wish to tell something, not the chair and co-chair, they will speak, they will have their reserved time. So it's for any presenter and participant. Those who could not speak even, they feel free to share their opinion. So I think a hand is raised, Kulbhushan Sharma ji, and he want to share. So can you unmute? And Arundeep Bedi ji, holding hand. Anudeep Kaur Bedi ji and Kulbhushan Sharma ji. Kindly unmute them. Kindly unmute all. Let us listen.
Good evening, everyone. Really, gratitude, not any other emotion or a word to express. Really thankful to Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, sir, always inspiring me. I'm pursuing my doctorate, sir, and he's always a source of inspiration for me. And Dr. Raman also. I worked with him earlier, and Dr. Sudhir also. I know a little bit about you. And it's a really great experience from the first conference till now. And I think it's not third only, and let it continue to 300 and 3,000. And God bless all. And it was really interesting to listen all the great speakers and eminent distinguished guests, because we never get time from our busy schedule, right, to visit. So thank you so much from the bottom of heart. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Anu ma'am, we are honored to listen to you. So we have Kulbhushan Sharma ji, kindly unmute him, please.
Thank you so much, Sanjay sir, Sudhir sir, Dr. Raman sir. This is a platform where everybody gets a chance and opportunity to learn, and at the same time to express and listen to the diverse papers. Thank you for choosing such a wonderful topic this time around, and it has opened up a new corpus for the study. Thank you. Many more to come, and it's always a blessing to be part of such an august conference. Thank you, and best wishes for future also. Thank you so much.
So in between, before we invite the next speaker, as I said that we are three idiots from here. So we have a psychological counselor also amongst us. So she wants to sell and she wants to counsel us. So over to a counselor of our university, and she counsels students as well as teachers, those who are feeling a bit low or feel a bit depressed. But her motivational words will, and she is from Banaras Hindu University again, so a legacy that we are sharing together. So she will come over here and say a few words.
A very good evening to everyone. This is Akriti Pandey, consultant psychologist from Triple MUT, and I'm very thankful to Sudhir sir that I have got the opportunity to chair this international conference, and I have learned many of the things, and I wish I may get the more opportunities to attend such conferences in future. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you everyone.
So immediately after that, any other participant who wish to share something, his or her experiences. Apart from that, I would like to say again a few good papers. We have tightened them in terms of time. Because of that, we are apologetic in that nature, because Achievers Forum is always known for open-hearted welcoming any idea and any thought. So this is the forum spread rightly its hands from Himachal to Punjab to Uttar Pradesh to rest of the India to rest of the globe. So that's where global goals come into picture. Any other participant who wish to share some idea. Open forum is welcoming. Please do come and speak your heart out.
Sir, I sincerely extend my gratitude to the entire organizing team for designing it very meticulously. The sessions were very insightful, and it was not only informative, but it will remain as a memorable event for all the participants and the organizers. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am.
Attending this conference for the second time was truly a wonderful experience. I mean, the sessions were very well timed and positive vibes throughout. Sudhir sir and Raman sir inspire us all. And Sanjay sir, you are truly a beacon of light. Thank you, everyone, and may this conference continue forever. Thank you.
Welcome. We are honored.
I thank you all those who have shared their valuable feedback and suggestions. It will truly help us grow and deliver better next time. Bhumika ma'am, if you could unmute yourself, we have to share anything. We are here listening to you. Yes.
Good evening, all. Sir, I would like to say thank you for the cooperation by Raman sir a lot and Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir. I'm very happy to attend this conference as well as I want to share. Right now, I am in Vrindavan, traveling there and attending the conference. So it's a great experience and feeling very good. Otherwise, I would not be able to attend the conference and present my paper. But I really have the gratitude to show and want to attend this conference. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Radhe Radhe Bhumika. It is known as
Sir,
that.
Radhe Radhe. Tea tilak on my forehead.
Very, very
I
popular.
really tried very hard to cover this with cap, but I was unable to do this just for the professional conference.
Then no, it is said that Brindaban में रहना होगा तो राधे राधे कहना होगा. So that's it's a
कहना होगा, exactly, sir.
yeah. So over to any other participant who
True,
will.
sir. True.
We have Aman. Yes, sir, please.
Noor Al Imran, we can hear you.
Sir, Pandey sir is very soft spoken. I have talked with him, and Raman sir that I don't know, but I hope that he's like him. His smiling says something that is like Pandey sir. So whatever, this is my first conference I have attended, and I have learned many things from the conference. And all the scholars and researchers and doctors are very active. And I want to join later session also. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are really obliged that we were your first. I hope you have many more successful conferences to attend and hopefully ours as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
I believe we had a wonderful feedback session. And now I believe all the chairs and the co-chairs have joined. So we could begin with the paper presentation, Best Paper Presentation Award. And I would like to start with the technical session 1, which was held on 14 December. Do we have the chair and the co-chair for technical session 1, Hall 1? Dr. Kavita Tyagi, Associate Professor of English, Shakuntala Devi Mishra University. Do we have you, ma'am? If the chair is not present, the co-chair can please share the best paper presented. Okay, we can skip back on it. Do we have technical session 1, hall 2, chair Dr. Poonam Pandey, assistant professor, Banda University of Agriculture and Technology?
Yes, ma'am. I'm present here.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. If you could please tell us the best paper presented.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. First, good afternoon, everyone. I am Poonam Pandey from Banda University of Agriculture and Technology, Banda, and it is situated in a UP. And it has been my privilege to chair the session, technical session, first held in the hall number 2 on the first day of this conference. In this session, out of the 12 paper presentation, we witnessed 7 engaging and the insightful presentation. And after very close, careful evaluation and the deliberation by the chair and the co-chair, we are pleased to announce that the best paper presentation and presenter recognition goes to Dr. Prasant Ghoshal from the Department of English, Sir Gurudas Mahavidyalaya University of Calcutta, and visiting faculty at Sister Nivedita University. Topic of his presentation was from positronic brain to racialize machine, the disruptive politics of AI in first robot. It stood out for its originality, coherence, and the way it is presented. And so, congratulations, Dr. Ghoshal, and again, congratulations to the organizing team for this successful conference. And we are very, very pleased to see Sanjay Pandey, sir, because we have been a classmate also. So, means I can't say in a word my pleasure and my delight how much we are pleased. Okay. So really, I'm very, very thankful to Sanjay Pandey sir for giving me this opportunity. So this way I announce the best paper presentation and the paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Do we have Dr. Prashant online?
Ma'am, I'm Dr. Pallavi. I'm the co-chair of the first session. So I'm ready with my best presenter.
Okay, yeah, sure, ma'am. Please go ahead.
So we were having 9 presentations. First of all, good evening to everyone around. It's the best pedestal I have ever witnessed. We were having 9 presentations, and the best presenter, in accordance with ma'am Chitra. So we were having the 9 presenters, and the best presenter was Mitali Mishra. Her presentation was on From Roots to Blossoms, tracing the metaphor of women and nature in some partitions short stories. Her presentation was above and beyond with research on this, and the visuals she included on her slides were great. They helped illustrate her points. So thank you so much. And once again, thank you to Sanjay Pandey, sir, for such a wonderful pedestal, academic pedestal, and Dr. Raman for providing us with such inquisitive insights. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have the chair for technical session 1, hall 3, Dr. Neelima Dubey? Guest faculty, Madan Mohan Malviya, University of Technology. Well, in that case, I call the co-chair, Dr. Anjali Singh, assistant professor, Madan Mohan Malviya, Institute of Technology. Good evening, everyone. The best paper award for this session goes to Dr. Sampurna Ghosh and Dr. Nimisha Beri. The paper was on the topic Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, exploring the changing educational landscape and digital transformations for generating future-ready adolescents. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. We now move on to the technical. All those online participants who have their mics on, if you could please switch it off and turn it on when you have to speak. Thank you so much. We now move on to technical session 2, hall number 1. The chair for this session was Dr. Geetanjali Thapar, assistant professor, Himachal Pradesh University of Legal Studies, Shimla. Do we have you, ma'am? Dr. Geetanjali Thapar. Technical session 2, hall 1. In that case, if the co-chair could turn up and announce the best paper presented. I request all the online participants who are not speaking right now to please mute themselves.
Good evening to all of you. The best paper presentation was Non-Anthropocentric Perspectives in Amitav Ghosh, The Living Mountain by Anupriya, Assistant Professor of English, Government College, Bilaspur, Himachal Pradesh.
Thank you, sir. Was that for technical session 2, hall 1?
Technical session 2.
Hall 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Neelima Dubey, if you could please mute yourself.
Yes, I want to speak something about my presenter.
Okay, surely, ma'am.
Can I
Ma'am, we have
speak?
already announced the best paper. We have moved on to technical session 2. I believe you could give your feedback at the end of the session. We now move on to technical session 2, hall number 2. The chair was Dr. Kirandeep Singh, Professor and Head, School of Liberal and Creative Arts, Lovely Professional University. Sir, are you on board?
Ma'am, I think it was Dr. Anil Kumar.
Okay. So, according to the latest information we have Dr. Amit Kumar as the head. Anil Kumar. Anil Kumar. The chair and the co-chair for technical session 2, hall 2. If any one of you is online or participating here physically, you could please announce for the best paper presenter.
Ma'am, who was the co-chair?
The technical session 2, hall 2.
Yeah, co-chair was?
We don't have it.
The co-chair was Dr. Bhagwan Das from Government College, Unna in Himachal. Dr. Bhagwan Das, are you there with us? No.
Moving on to technical session 2, hall 3. The chair was Dr. Durga Rao, Associate Professor, Delhi University.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Durga Rao. A very good afternoon to the organizing committee members for a successful completion of these sessions. All these sessions. In fact, they're professionals in conducting this type of vertical sessions. So here, there were 8 presentations. Out of 8, the best paper presentation goes to Miss Medha Kumari, Department of English, Tilka Manchi, Bhagalpur University, Bihar. Title of her paper is Mythology in the Digital Age, Gnoseological Interlinkages and their role in shaping global consciousness through contemporary digital narratives. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to technical session 1 that was held on 15 December. Technical session, hall number 1. The chair was Dr. Vipin Kumar Pandey, Associate Professor, Shakuntala Devi Mishra University, Lucknow. So do we have you on board?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Yes, you're audible.
I'm Vipin Kumar Pandey from Dr. Shakuntala Mishra National Rehabilitation, Lucknow. I chaired the technical session second hall.
Namrata ma'am, please mute yourself.
There were 10 presentations out of 14 made therein. The best paper of my session is today's Das, topic of his paper, Environment of Nemesis, De-Romanticizing Forest in Select Rewriting of the Mahabharata.
Thank you so much, sir. We now move on to technical session 1, hall 2, where the chair was Dr. Priyanka Rai, Assistant Professor, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. Do we have you on board, ma'am? We have his co-chair.
Good evening, everyone. This is Manohar Parmar, and the best paper presenter goes to Ramsha Aveen from the Department of Sociology, Jamia Millia Islamia, Central University in New Delhi. And the paper entitled is Real Representations Fostering Justice and Empowerment for the LGBT Community Through Indian Cinema. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We now move on to technical session 1, hall 3. The chair was Dr. Sonia Bhatt, Assistant Professor, Madan Mohan Malviya Institute of Technology. We have a co-chair.
Thank you,
Okay, ma'am, you're
everyone.
there on board?
Yes, I'm there only.
Okay.
First of all, I want to congratulate Achievers Foundation for English Studies, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, and LJNH Government Girls Degree College for organizing such a great international conference. I have been connected with this international conference from last 3 years, and I always have a great experience from this conference. And in my session, total 8 presentations have done, and it includes topics which related to the different domain of the society. I will definitely share the recording. You must heard, you must, and you should see that recording, and you see the kind of work people have done and share their knowledge in this sessions. It's really a good, and total 8 presentations are there, and the most and the best presentation, I must say, is from Miss Jyoti. She's from MCE Societies and the Inamdar Senior College of Arts, Science and Commerce Camp. And the topic is Love, Life and Bareness, a semiotic analysis of the exploration of the divine romance in Gulab Jam and in Gulab Jam. That is the topic, and it is really good in nature. And I once again I would like to thank you all. My special regards to Dr. S.N. Singh sir to giving me this opportunity to interact with such faculties and to interact with such practitioners. And I also want to pay my regards to Sanjay sir and Raman sir. They are always extending their helping hands to us. Thank you, sir, for organizing such a
Thank
great
you, Sonia.
conference.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
We now move on to technical session 2, hall 1. And the chair for this was Dr. Daisy Verma, Associate Professor, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. Do we have you, ma'am?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Again, a huge congratulations and thanks to the whole team, Dr. Sanjay, of course, Dr. Jaswal. And sir, you have put me on in a difficult situation to single out one best paper. I must congratulate all the participants, but as the tradition calls for, so the best paper was by Vishnu Gogai, and the title of the paper is Feminine Agency and Political Evolution in Nadine Godimar's My Son's Story. In addition to it, these conferences which you are holding regularly are such an intellectual feast wherein people from the various states of the country, from the various parts of the world come together, and it gives an immense opportunity to the young researchers, teachers, mentors, and as well as the freelance writers. So with these words, I would like to again congratulate each and every person associated with this arrangement of this conference and all the participants, and a heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for providing me with this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a great honor to have you. We now move on to technical session 2, hall 2. The chair was Dr. Vinod Kumar, Associate Professor, Lavia Professional University, Jalandhar. Sir, do we have you on board?
Thank you very much. I am appreciating my colleague Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey. Hug congratulations, Mary. Real hero, real ideal, real friend of mine. Congratulations to all the organizers. Uh, in my session, best paper goes to Himanshu Verma. Congratulations for the best paper presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to technical session 2, hall 3, and the chair was Dr. Abid Hadi, Associate Professor, Aligarh Muslim University. Do we have you, sir? The co-chair for this session was Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Assistant Professor, Government College, Una. Sir, are you there? If any one of the chair and the co-chairs are present, okay, since we do have time, any of the chairs or the co-chairs would like to give their feedback?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I was chairing the section for the technical session 2, and the best paper for this session is by Namrata Patania, and she had presented paper on critiquing anthropocentrism in Hong Kong's novel The Vegetarian and Ecofeminist Analysis. So it was one of the best papers, though many papers were presented, but I find this paper as one of the best because she had touched upon many perspectives, but at large it was critiquing only the patriarchal system and how the subjectivity in a post-humanist era has been redefined. So it was one of the best papers. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We haven't been able to arrange the best we presented for technical session 2, hall 3. We would be giving you with that information when we can. For now, if any of the esteemed guests or chairpersons would like to share some thought or suggestion.
May I say something, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Surely, you're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. So here, yesterday, I chaired one of the sessions, that is Hall 3, Technical Session 2 at 4:15. In that session, simply presenters were presenting and that's it. There were no comments and questions made by the other presenters or the audience. That's what missing. And all of them were muted by that host, I think. That was the reason for them not to make any question or comment. Only host and the presenter and chair were allowed to say something, but the rest were muted by the host, I think. So in future, we have to encourage participants also to make comments or questions, something like that. That's missing. That was missing yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, definitely, sir. We were a little on a time crunch, but we surely will work on that. We'll have more time, expand, and also make it more interactive. Next time, we'll open the platform for all the research scholars and everyone who are participating. Thank you so much for that suggestion, sir.
Ma'am, also I would like to thank the patron, the chief patron, and the chairman of this conference, Professor Sanjay sir. So he has always been active and around, and he's such a wonderful literary personality in our university. So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Grateful to you. Thank you. And yes, congratulations to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We now are moving on to the formal vote of thanks. I would request Dr. Raman Jaiswal. Okay, I would like to invite any one of you who feels like to share something more about the conference before we finally move on to the vote of thanks. Our eminent guests.
We had with hands raised over there, and Kulbhushan Sharma ji and Medha Singh. So Medha Singh, I think you have not spoken a bit, so I think she must be given a chance to speak her mind out. So Medha Singh, you may open, please.
Hi, good evening to everybody. I'm really grateful. I won that I'm awarded with this best presenter award. I'm so grateful and I'm so thankful to the entire team. It was so well managed. Sanjay sir, he was all the time, he was coordinating things so nicely. Raman sir was the first person whom I spoken to because there was some payment issue, QR code issue while the brochure was out. And Durga Rao sir, I can only take home the patience from his side. I'm so grateful to you, sir, for honoring me with this best paper presenter. I am really looking forward to presenting another year, another paper, and having this opportunity. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there is no say, then we will move to the. We are having with us our librarian, member secretary of NDLI Club. So,
Excuse me, sir. Namrata Patharia ma'am has raised her hand, so she may also be given an opportunity.
yeah, she may be given. So, after that, we will have member secretary of NDLI Club, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, DM Pandiji. Then, so Namrata ma'am, please.
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sanjay sir. Thank you, Dr. Raman Jaswal. And it was a wonderful, wonderful platform where I not only, presented paper in my own session, but I logged into the other sessions also to have some, to open my eyes to new vistas of knowledge. And it's my second time that I have been part of this conference, and I would like to participate in it regularly. So I thank the convener, the organizing secretary, and my co-fellow participants for such a, I would say, knowledge packed and such a conference where where varied papers were presented. I also thank my chair of the session, Dr. Anil, for choosing my paper for as the best among the others. And congratulations to other best presenters as well, and to my fellow presenters. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. So I may call, please, DM Pandey Sahab, member secretary of the NDLI Club, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology.
Thank you, sir. Respected organizing secretary and all participants and Subhanarayan Singh, sir, Pandey sir, Jaswal sir. This is very informative and information session, and I hope that this is very useful for all participants. And thank you so much to organize this types of international conference. Thank you.
We have very senior faculty from our department, Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta ji, who is partner in all three, first, second, and third, this conference. And he has been, sometime you can say co-pilot in the boat. So over to him, his words are very, very important for all of us. And even sometime he gave some used to give some idea, and that idea sometime create wonders. So definitely the man who is mitochondria of the new idea from our department.
Very good afternoon to each and everyone. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all of you for conducting such a great event in such a great manner. So, though I am connected with this forum and this from the first conference itself, and then we move on the second conference, then third. So, all the conference were very productive, and all the paper that were basically being presented, they are very productive ones. So, particularly, I would like to very much thankful to our head of department, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, sir, for his energy, his ideas, and his dedication toward the not only this conference but any kind of departmental task, conference, workshop is there. So he is always there, and he is always giving his ideas and working 24 hours. So, firstly, I would like to congratulate and thanks to sir, and I want a great round of applause for Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir. So, I request all of you for a great round of applause. Then I would like to thanks to Pandey sir who is there. So whenever there is any issue, we were chairing the session yesterday. So he used to move on from session one to another session, and Raman sir was also there. They were also monitoring. So it was very good teamwork and effective teamwork. They were there, and they were monitoring the smooth conduction of the event. So I would like to thank Pandey sir and Raman Jaiswal sir for their dedication and the hard work. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you one and all present here. Thank you.
Before I hand over the mic for the formal, closing of the conference or vote of thanks, I will be doing a sin if I may forget the resources that I have received from our university. Uh, IT Resource Center of our university, it is ITRC. I am thankful to Chairman IT Resource Center and for providing us this hall, and not only that, training support, dedicated technicians, Safiq ji and his team who helped us a lot. I am thankful to all NDLI club members, and not only that, library interns who are still with us since yesterday morning. They keep contributing and extending their support. We are thankful to print and electronic media as well of the university and our chief patron, Professor J.P. Sani Saab, who not only permitted us but he spared probably one of the most time in last three conferences we could receive, that we couldn't receive that much time from any other patron before. And his presence, his motivation matters a lot to us. And then our patron Rajkumar sir from there, and not only that, our dean faculty affairs, our HOD management study department, head mechanical engineering department, and Prabhakar Tiwari Saab, who spared his time even in the reverse situation. His father was having medical emergency. Still, he managed hospital things, and he managed here. Those who could spare time, those who couldn't even spare time because of their bigger commitments or prior commitments, like Professor Mayasankar Pandey Saab from Banaras Hindu University. He was having some other commitment. So we acknowledge our gratitude to him, and we also acknowledge our gratitude to, the library and university team, media professionals, especially apna Gorakhpur channel television and apna radio Gorakhpur, and for, you know not only telecasting our news, rather making an appeal to the people all around so that they can make this conference successful. We are thankful to the media, special Dainik Jagran, Dainik Bhaskar, Amar Ujala. They and Nandilesh, even more you can say Purvanchal News, online Purvanchal News, and that even media fellow from Himachal Pradesh and media fellow from Punjab, from Una in Himachal and from Jalandhar in Punjab. So that way, after that, before we go to the formal thanks, I just wanted not to forget this name, not to forget these, wonderful anchors of our program, Shivangi Gautam ji and Bhavani Singh, and even there are many players who play the game behind the scene. They remain unnoticed. So our cameraman, our CSA persons, and our some of the guest faculty member who worked a lot, like a great inspiration. For example, if I say Garima, Garima was accountable since the very beginning to make this event posted on university website, and she did a lot of effort for that. Not only that, she tried her level best, for preparing news report and all that. And sometimes what happens when we are running against the time, when time is very short, so we become, rude, or we try to meet the demands, both the ends together. At that time, sometime I become harsh on my team, and for that purpose, I, from this public forum, from the forum of this conference, I feel extremely sorry if I could hurt the I could hurt the heart of any of our, team member. But sometime it happens that it's, if it's now or it's never. So that time, if we are as an administrator, we are running like that time, either it's now or never. Then we have to, force the change. We have to be, but there may be certain lackings, certain weaknesses. We will try to cope up, and I was expecting actually from the feedback session some critical criticism of ours, so that we may improvise upon that. And for that purpose, even last 3 years, Ramanji and Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandeji and we invite open criticism, so that what are the gray areas from where we can improve upon, and what are the dark areas. So that commentary was missing this year feedback. Either we are moving forward and doing excellent, or we are, somewhere not getting the that kind of criticism that is really required. But still, we will try to improve upon. You are feel free to extend your criticism to us, so that we can, march on again. Definitely, I must say, as convener, I don't know, but rating will come from all the chairs, co-chairs, and participants and researchers, that whether the Achievers Foundation and this conference ELLC is marching on, or it is feeling stagnant. So for that purpose, your guidance, your motivation, Professor Dr. P. Durga Rao sir, the people like you are requested to come with us for hand holding and guiding, that if there is a mistake, you can say clearly, and you can even rebuke us that you are doing mistake over here, and where from here you need to do this. Because the support and guidance like elderly people like you and other senior people, that makes us right if we are on the wronger path and the wrong way. So you can make us correct, and your correctional approach will be solicited even from our side, not only for this conference but for coming future conferences as well. And if you don't mind, we will not hesitate putting your name on the next advisory committee for our conference. And even then, if you want that this gentleman should be
Sir is
invited.
already there. Sudhir sir, sir is
If
already
you
there.
fourth one I am talking about.
Okay.
Fourth one. I'm talking the fourth one, not this one. Third one is about to, ashore. We are marching near the shore. But the fourth one, the advisory of elderly people, senior faculty member, senior researchers, and not only even budding researchers, that will help us a lot. Definitely to march forward. And wherever we are lacking, we need your motivation, your support, your guidance. For that, uh, Government College Una, I assure as the convener, will stand receptively, and at the same time, Humanities and Social Science Department, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology will be receptive, and the Achiever Foundation also. Because that is one thing, the day we will stop listening, the day we will dead, the day the conference will not be growing one. So that purpose, we need to listen, and that's why we keep always reserve a slot of 1 hour at least, where we should listen the ideas and support from our, you know key players. All the chairpersons are our key players, all the co-chairs are our key players. They are strategic partners for us. They, under their guidance, because their single wrong judgment can create a group of people who will be criticizing us that this panel is wrong, this judgment is wrong. For that purpose, your guidance, your support will always be solicited. And then I extend all my team member. I have Dr. Anjali sitting by my side. She is from Management Studies Department, and she is always supportive to me. I have with us Manohar ji, and then Faizan Ahmad ji, then Manoj Kumar Gupta ji. I can have Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta ji, who is always with me, and in the last three conferences, he stood with us. Then we have the team. We have very enthusiastic research, BTech participants, two members from ITM neighboring institute in Gorakhpur. They physically visited us, and they were throughout. Then Subham Pandey ji and Ashish Pandey is from Ashish Kumar Shukla from Siddharth University. That is, Siddharth Nagar. There is another neighboring district. He physically, both of them came here and they presented the seminar. So calling this seminar online mode will be a blasphemy. Rather, this is a hybrid mode seminar. Totally, you can write and you can correct that this will be hosted from Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology in hybrid mode. And that way, that is from our side. Now, formally, I would like to hand over it to the podium, those who are handling stage, Shivangi Gautam ji. Actually, I wanted to keep myself clean from this sin that I might have done unknowingly, and that's why it's over to Shivangi, and then it will go to then LNJH College, LJNH, there, Una. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. It was a delight to have you all. All the participants online and offline made this conference a huge success. So just one time, clap for yourselves if you could. Okay. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure seeing you all witnessing the success of this conference. And now I hand over the stage to Professor Raman Jaiswal, who will be formally proposing the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everybody. Though the much has been said already by Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, and he has already, I feel, proposed an informal vote of thanks. But still, while proposing formal vote of thanks on behalf of the whole committee of this international conference and on behalf of my own college, that is Government Girls Degree College, Kotlakot, which is the second government college in Himachal dedicated specifically for the education and empowerment of women in the state. So I, first of all, convey my heartfelt gratitude to the chief patron of this 2 days international conference, Professor Jayaprakash Saini, who is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, because he was the one who was kind enough to accord his approval for this conference. This is the second conference which was organized under his guidance, because he was the Vice Chancellor during the previous conference too. So first of all, I convey my heartfelt thankfulness to him. Without his consent, without his guidance, then this conference would not have taken place. Next, I would also like to convey my sincere gratitude to the patron of this conference, the principal of my own college, that is Dr. Rajkumar sir, who was kind enough to give his permission so that this conference may be organized in collaboration with the Achievers Foundation for English Studies and MMUT Gorakhpur. I would also like to convey my heartfelt thankfulness to Professor Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, who is the chair of this 2 days international conference. He is the president of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies. This foundation has been working relentlessly for past many years in the area of academics, in the area of philanthropy. Uh, I feel the Achievers Foundation is not only an it is not only, say, an organization, an association now, rather it has become an independent institute, because it is running uh, an international journal at its own, which has been recognized widely by world reputed organizations, agencies. It has been considered as a publisher by the Web of Sciences and the Scopus. So it is really a matter of pride for all of us that such an organization, such an association is working wonderfully in this field. So I feel grateful to Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey sir. This conference was supposed to be organized in an online way, but the kind of efforts the conference convener, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, has made. So instead of calling it an online conference, it has now become a hybrid conference, because the whole session was organized by uh, the whole sessions during these 2 days were organized by the Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology under the able guidance of the conference convener, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, who is the head of Humanities and Social Science Department, MUT. So the whole team of the Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology deserve appreciation, as they have made it possible. So we can understand that while organizing a conference of this magnitude, a lot many efforts are required from various levels, and sir must have undergone many sleepless nights, because he has always been very busy making arrangements for the conference. So the whole team of MMUT deserve applause. So I convey my heartfelt thanks not only to Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, but also to the whole faculty members, to the management of Triple MUT. This conference has been organized in collaboration with NDLI Club of Triple MUT. So this is National Digital Library Club of the this MMUT, which has made it possible that the outcome of this conference has become a part of the knowledge bank of the NDLI. So my sincere gratitude to the NDLI Club of MMUT, particularly Shri DM Pandeji, who is member secretary of NDLI Club. I also convey my heartfelt thanks to the chief guest of the inaugural ceremony of the international conference, who was kind enough to spare valuable time for the conference, and Dr. Prabhakar Tiwari, who gave his keynote address yesterday. This Miss Varsha Srivastav, who is a sustainability officer she joined us from United Kingdom. And I also convey my gratitude to Subhanshu Satyadev ji, whose movie Saksham has made a mark in the society because of its novel theme. He was kind enough to spare his valuable time for us and share his views about the conference. I also convey my heartfelt thanks to Professor Arjun Dubey, who is a retired professor from the Humanities and Social Science Department of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. He also gave his valuable time for the conference. Dr. B.K. Pandey from the Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, because the theme which was taken up for this conference was, quite a wide one, the sustainable global goals. And the ideas shared by all these people, they were insightful for all the participants and for us also. I also convey my heartfelt thanks to the chief guest of the second day of the conference, that is
Rekha Bharadwaj.
Nandini Sahu. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Nandini Sahu, who recently joined as the Vice Chancellor. Rather, yesterday itself, she joined as the Vice Chancellor of the Hindi University located in West Bengal. She's an eminent author and She was kind enough to spare her valuable time for the conference. I also convey my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Adil Zafar, who joined us from USA University of North Carolina, and shared his views about the topic. Uh, I also convey my heartfelt thanks to all the chairs and co-chairs. They were all kind enough to uh, spare their valuable time for the conference to conduct various technical sessions. This idea of selecting best papers during all technical sessions was received by us yesterday itself from Drs. Sudhir and Singh. Earlier, we were somewhat a little bit apprehensive about the outcome of this tradition. We didn't want that this should result in any competition among the participants, but I feel it is a wonderful idea where we can chalk out ways to receive some qualitative papers, and the whole idea was welcomed even by the chair and the co-chairs. So I congratulate all the recipients of the best paper award. uh, the certificates of best papers will be provided to them, and if feasible, during the next time we'll be going for the best out of the best paper also. So I congratulate to all of them. I also appreciate the efforts put in by various paper presenters. It is always very difficult to decide what paper is the best one, because all papers presented during such conferences of such level are always qualitative. So the task which was given to the chairs and co-chairs was a quite difficult one, and I appreciate the efforts put in by them also. So I also convey my heartfelt thanks and sense of gratitude to Dr. Professor Devinder Bhardwaj, ma'am, who acted as the chief guest of the this valedictory session. Ma'am joined us quite at a very short notice, and she shared her views. Her blessings will indeed go a long way in motivating us and our co-presenters. The uh, the idea of organizing this third international conference, and the topic which was selected for the conference, sustainable global goals, came out because of the need for going for some topic which is multi dimensional, it is interdisciplinary, and the I feel the idea was welcomed even by the academicians in our fraternity. When we talk of this sustainable global goals, we can understand that this our civilization has been here for more than say 10,000 years, but the kind of damage we people have done to this earth in the last 100 years has been marvelous. It has been disastrous. So the need for sustainable development goals, that how we can save this earth, how we can go for development, but in such a way so that the future of the future generations does not get compromised. So this whole idea came into being because of that. So I feel the papers which have been the research, the innovative ideas which have come out from the various paper presentations of these 2 days international conference will go certainly a long way in chalking out the ways through which we can help develop our countries, societies as well. So I also convey my heartfelt thanks to all the paper presenters who joined us across the globe. We had papers from various states of India, starting from Jammu and Kashmir to going to Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh itself. So we are always thankful to them. I also convey my thankfulness to the this Dr. Shubhangi Gautam. I will appreciate the efforts put in by her, because she was, the way she moderated the sessions during these 2 days is really appreciable. So I convey my thankfulness to her. I also convey my thankfulness to the not only to Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, but also to the family members of him, particularly his son and daughter Nishi and Nishit, because it's because the technical sessions, the three technical sessions were going on, and these all of them were managed by he and his family. Somebody might be thinking that the technical sessions are being operated by me, but that was not the case. I was just coordinating with Sanjay sir, and whosoever was coming across any problem, I was just conveying to him, and he was the one who was allowing them to, join the sessions or help them out in whatever way he could. So I also appreciate the efforts of him. I also convey my thankfulness to the staff members of my own college, that is Lala Jagatnarayan Himutkash Government Girls Degree College, Kotla Khurd in district Una, because they also rendered whatever help they could render to me during this conference. So I also convey my heartfelt thanks to the media people also. If Dr. Sudhinaran Singh has already, uh, gone cleaned of his image when uh, when he extended his thankfulness to everyone there. But if I have skipped anyone's name, so I'm ready to take the responsibility. Though every effort has been taken to organize this conference in a meticulous way, but if there has been any lapse, so I take the responsibility. I please request all of you to excuse me and come out with the ideas, give us suggestions, so that we may make improvements for the next time. With these words, I uh, convey my thankfulness to everyone out there who has helped in making this conference a grand success. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much.
So it's time to declare the conference close. We will be having one more thing only, Jangalman, national anthem. So before that, if conference chair wants to say something, or he should declare the conference closed. Conference President Professor.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Dr. Sudhir. Am I audible?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Um, See, the smooth functioning of this conference, which was really flawlessly taken care of by all of us, that is perfectly fine. But I want to thank especially to the moderator for her tireless effort from day one and since 10 a.m. in the morning, 14 December 2024, till 5:22 p.m. 15th December 2024. That
Sir,
is Shivangi Gautam. So, a big round of applause for her. She managed each and everything so meticulously. Definitely, we are not going to boast ourselves, but there was someone who was managing the stage in such a flawless manner that I could not resist my temptation of thanking her from this particular forum on my behalf and on behalf of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies. And then there was formal and informal uh, extension of vote of thanks. Raman sir, Dr. Raman Jaswal sir from Lala Jagat Narayan Himutkar's degree college, girls degree college, proposed the vote of thanks in a very extensive manner, and there is nothing left for me. But even after that, on behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of the Achievers Foundation, and my own behalf, I would like to extend not my thankfulness but my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected delegates, and each one of us present in this third international conference who made it a grand success. Moreover, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude and appreciation to our keynote speakers as well as Dr. Sudhi Narayan Singh and Dr. Raman Jaswal sir has already expressed their thankfulness to them. But yes, of course, I feel that it is my duty on behalf of this foundation uh, to express appreciation and gratitude to them. And if I don't do so, then definitely I won't be doing justice. And moreover, they are the people who accept our invitation in no time and they never say no to us. And yes, of course, my appreciation to Professor M.S. Pandey sir, also from Banaras Hindu University, and Professor T. Marks from Pondicherry University. Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir had already shared his feelings and his gratitude and appreciation as well that it was raining in Pondicherry very heavily, and there was power cut, no electricity, and his devices were not charged, and I was trying to contact him since morning, and yet his phone was dead, the battery was not charged, and I was not able to communicate with him. So such situations happen, and these are the technical glitches. And moreover, if I talk about Professor Sharan Kumar Limbale, he underwent a surgery and he was not feeling well, hence he could also not join. And yes, of course, I would like to extend my thanks to the session chairs also for their invaluable insights and thought-provoking and the presenters as well for their thought-provoking presentations. Their expertise has significantly enriched our understanding of the topics discussed, and we are deeply grateful for the time and effort our presenters, our chairs, and our co-chairs have dedicated to us in sharing the knowledge. And again, I would like to extend my gratitude to our delegates from across the globe. We are truly honored by their participation, their active engagement, and insightful questions posed by them. And definitely, such questions contributed immensely to the vibrancy of the discussion and also of the third international conference ELLC 2024. It is their presence that has transformed this event into a truly international exchange of ideas. And it is just because of our international participants that we are able to say that yes, it was an international conference. So their participation makes this conference an international. Now, my special thanks to my partners, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, and my special thanks to Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, and moreover, my deep sense of gratitude to His Excellency, the worthy Vice Chancellor, or rather Honorable Vice Chancellor of Madan Mohan Malviya University, Professor J.P. Saini sir, who granted his permission to conduct or organize this international conference in the premises. And again, my thanks to the organizing secretary and my another partner, Lala Jagat Narayan Himutkar's Girls Degree College, and the patron of this conference, Professor Rajkumar sir, who gave his consent, kind consent to partner with us, with Achievers Foundation. And yes, of course, my deep sense of gratitude to Professor Raman Kumar Jaswal sir also, who always stands by me in wheel and woe every time, even if I call him at 1 o'clock at night, he won't hesitate to pick my call. And yes, of course, not only picking my call, but suggesting a proper solution to any problem that I face. Now, my special gratitude goes to the technical team of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, and also to Mr. Nishit Pandey and Miss Nishi Pandey also. They were with us. Both of them were working tirelessly since yesterday. And whatever you saw, the technical sessions, they were the one who were managing it. And yes, of course, I would rather say flawlessly and very meticulously. And apart from this, I would extend my deepest thanks to all those who have contributed in any way to this conference. So, as Sudhir sir was saying that now we are coming close to close this session.
Sir, one
So,
thing I would like to add here.
yes, Raman sir.
For the information of the participants and the people who have joined us in this valedictory, it was second Saturday yesterday and today is Sunday. So the University of Madan Mohan Malviya Technology was off both on yesterday and today itself. So it is really appreciable on their part that we people have stayed cuddled in our homes in this wintry season, and the technical team and the whole faculty members from various departments of Madan Mohan Malviya University have stayed in the university auditorium from morning till the evening, and these are the people who have made these 2 days sessions possible. So my regards to them.
Yeah, Raman sir, and you see Dr. Pidada Durga sir, I gave him single call, and not even call, rather I would say I just messaged that sir, you have to chair one session, and he said, Dr. Sanjay, I cannot say no to you. So we have such kind of people, such kind of professors to bless us always, and it is but just because of such people that this conference results into a grand success. Like one example I would like to give you, that Sudhir Narayan sir told me just a few minutes back that we need someone who could be the chief guest of this valedictory session, and I called Rekha ma'am, Dr. Rekha Bharadwaj, and again she said, I cannot say no to you wherever I am. I'll just join within 2 minutes. So that is the blessing that we are able to, or we can organize. It is just because of their blessings that we can organize such international conference. Raman sir. So over to Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir to announce or to declare the conference close. Sudhir sir, over to you.
तो दिल है जो बातें करते रहने को चाहता है, वक्त है जो मुट्ठी की रेत की तरह फिसलता जाता है. So sometime we need to say close. So thus, with the consent of conference chair, conference president, and organizing secretary, I, as convener of this third international conference on sustainable global goals in world literature and contemporary study, remodeling, Gnoseological interlinkages, December 2024 closed, and we will come to the national anthem, and then after that we will say goodbye to 2024 and happy new year 2025 in this closing month of December. So if winter comes, can spring be far behind, so we shall be open for the new springs. All of you are requested to switch on your camera and stand up, join us for the national anthem, and let us say that may the world be enriched with materialistically, intellectually, philosophically, literally. Thank you all. First, wait.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have wonderful time.
Thank you. With the hope to meet next year in the month of December again in the 4th International Conference, ELLC 2025.
Thank you all. Goodbye. Take care.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So bye from Gorakhpur.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.